All right. Noah, good morning. It is October the 20th, 2016. I am calling the Pawnee Business Council special meeting to order. And at this time we will have our, where is she? Leanna, are you here? I was waiting on Leanna. Put that on the record. Hey. We're laughing, but it's true. There she comes. Well, like I said, we're calling this meeting to order, and at this time we will have our invocation. And since Leanna's up, we'll ask her to pray. Please.
Thank you. Father God, we ask that you walk beside and talk with each and every one of us and all of our Pawnee people. And we ask that we always look to you in our times of need. We have many issues happening to our great Pawnee people, and we ask that you intercede for us in providing our nation with honest and ethical behavior as we consider each one of these issues. We praise you for watching over us day in and day out. We need you in our hearts, healing our bodies, healing our people, showing us leadership and direction as we work to find ways to provide for ourselves. We ask that you continue to set our hearts and footsteps in your direction. In your Son's precious name, we ask all these things and know that you have provided as your will be done. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. This call, at this time, I'm asking for roll call. Mute yours.
It wouldn't be me. It's never me.
Roll call.
Oh, sorry.
Bruce Pratt.
Here.
Bill Walker.
Here.
Amy Littleson. Here. Angela Thompson.
Here.
Man, she's here.
Sandy Addison. Here. Donna Hare.
Here.
Adrian Spartworth. Here. Leanna Keefe.
Here.
All right, I declare a quorum, and we will move to item number 3, which is the approval of the agenda. Did we have any added?
Yes. I need to add the 2017 TDC projections to the agenda under budget, or anywhere. It didn't go to budget committee.
Okay.
I just received them and met with TDC this week.
Okay, we will put them on new business item number 8. Yes.
Can we add the Education's 477 handbook for approval by TC?
Okay, adding 477 handbook, item number 9 under new business.
Can we add a resolution
For what you wrote?
For the 477 handbook.
Okay, and we'll vote on it, but we'll add it to the agenda.
16110.
16110.
16110 is the gaming ordinance.
16111.
Oh, yes, 6111.
Okay. So that'll be item number 9, 477 handbook and resolution. Any other additions or subtractions on the agenda? If not, we can entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make that motion.
Motion is made by Donna. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Leanna seconds. Any more discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Darrell Walker.
Yes.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Adams. Donna Hare.
Yes.
Adrian Scott Horseshoe.
Yes.
Leanna Keefe.
Yes.
Okay, the agenda is approved. Move down to item number 4, approval of the minutes, and we will take the first one, which is the PBC meeting minutes, September 13th, 2016.
I have some comments.
I don't know what's going on here.
Let's see. Okay, on line 27, that should read approval of NAGPRA, NAGPRA. So if we can make that adjustment. The next one is,
Is that in the deeds?
127.
Oh, 27.
Let's see what she's that.
Yeah, A.
And then on line 85, I thought I requested permission at the same time that President Pratt did for the Southern Plains Regional BIA meeting. My name's not on there. Did I do prior? If that's okay, I didn't.
I'll look, and if not, then I'll actually.
Okay, thank you. Now this is just a question on line 150. It talked about a contract amendment for extension for the prosecutor position. Is there a reason? I could not recall why we extended that, or why we had to do that.
Because you guys didn't appoint the prosecutor, and she had already been still continuing on with.
Can we put that in there so that it's clear? On line 244, in regard to approval of resolution 1695, I am requesting to add a note to the minutes that for my reason for voting no, I want it on record why I voted no. And if you'll look back at the tape, I voted no because I didn't have the opportunity to review the 477 plan before it was brought to the council, and also I had been requesting that plan and from the previous education director for over a year, and that was my reasons for voting no. So I would like that noted for whoever reviews these records in the future. On Item 312, it talks, we had a tribal member approach the council, and Bruce, you were going to talk to IHS. Can you tell us what the outcome of that was?
What number was that?
On Lily? On 312?
I can't say to the specifics, but it was dealt with and handled, and I have not heard back from her, so I guess it was resolved.
Okay, great, thank you.
Point of order,
Yes?
aren't we supposed to just be reviewing the minutes, the accuracy of the minutes?
Well,
And that was just a request,
okay,
right? Okay.
yeah. Well, and you may call me on this one too, Donna, because on 315, I would like to know when the joint housing meeting is going to be rescheduled. If,
Oh, it's my understanding that Linda had knee surgery, and so she's been out, and so I think she just came back, if she's just come back or something, so we'll get with her.
okay, thank you. And this is another one. When is the rescheduled hearing for the Supreme Court?
I thought they met on October 4th.
Oh, they did?
Yep.
They had the hearing already? Wow. I wasn't even aware of that.
It's their annual meeting.
Oh, no, they were for the hearing.
Yeah, they had it at the Supreme Court. Yep.
And they had it at the same time of their
At their
annual
annual
meeting?
meeting.
Well, I regret that I was not aware of that because I wanted to attend. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, we can entertain a motion to accept the minutes and corrections.
I make that motion.
Motion's made. Is there a second?
A second.
Darrell seconds. Call for the vote.
Darrell Walker.
Yes.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Anderson. Yes. Donna Harris.
No.
Adrian Sparks. Leanna Peter.
Abstain.
So the minutes are passed. Move on to the Pawnee Business Council meeting minutes, September 29th, 2016.
Again, I have some notes, and I'll try to keep them to the minutes, Donna. Line 174. Oh, also requesting clarification that we add the discussion why we tabled this appointment of the Supreme Court Justice. It was because of the conflict of the timing of the hearing of the lawsuit. Line 303, same, adding the requesting to add the discussion why I voted no on the UNI KOT. And I believe that's all. So I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion is made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Call for the vote.
Darrell Walker.
Yes. Yes.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Leanna Peter. Leanna Peter.
Abstain.
Adrian Sparks.
Yes.
Donna Harris.
Abstain.
Sammy Anderson.
Okay, minutes are approved. So we move on to item number 5, which is the Pawnee Business Council President Report. Okay, I attended the UNICOT meeting, United Indian Tribes of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas meeting. It was held in Stroud, and a couple of the items brought up was, they talked about the special trustee, the let's see, what is that? No, they what we did was had a resolution of support for the Hickory grounds and the Creek contingent brought this forward. This was the resolution to their ancestors were removed, and then a casino was placed on there, and so they've been asking for what happened with their ancestors and things, and so the UNIOKT passed a resolution of support for them in their pursuit of what happened to their remains. Let's see. Gaming compacts. We were in discussion of the gaming compacts coming up. A lot of discussion on the funding of education funds, and really taking a hard line this time in our negotiations with the governor of that there are specific places where that money has to go, and we want it identified, and so looking for unilateral support on this from all the tribes in these compacts which are coming up. We have the gaming compact, the cigarette compact, gasoline compacts coming up with the state of Oklahoma, and so we're supposed to really start discussing these things after I put after the elections. And so everyone's, that was a big topic of discussion, was the national elections coming up. Had a lot of dialogue on that. Brought up the water issue, discussed water issues, water rights there with the different tribes, and some of the problems that we're having, and so we were talking about coming together, calling for meetings to come together and support one another on our water issues. And they had a individual there for Office of the Special Trustee talking about the Cobell settlements, talking about the land buyback and things, and so he gave a little presentation on that. And it was kind of surprising, but they elected me as the treasurer for UNIOKT, and so I told them I would bring that back to our council. I accepted tentatively, and if that's okay, then I'll go forward with that. And so one of the things brought up was was the election, and they elected George Tiger as the chair of that, and then and then Margot Gray as the vice president. So, and discussion was with George if a elected official, he has no elected position in the nation, if they could hold a position, and according to the bylaws they could. And so that was the discussion and things. There was a big Creek contingent there.
Was there any other tribal leaders there? What tribal leaders were there
let's see,
that could have taken that position?
A lot of creeks.
a lot of creeks there, a lot of tribal towns.
Let's see.
Was it
absentee Shawnee?
Yeah, she was there.
Edwina?
Edwina was
Osage.
there.
Who else was
Jeff
there?
standing there?
No,
No,
there
he
was
wasn't.
someone
He
else.
was.
I think a tax commissioner.
Oh.
but I
Yeah,
think
there wasn't very many tribal leaders.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And of course, there were some folks from Sac and Fox. They were there.
yeah. The same folks. Chair was there.
Okay.
It
Okay,
really
Rhodes.
wasn't all that broad.
Yeah, there
I
was.
think how many were there? At 50? Maybe that? Less?
Yeah.
Was Barrett there?
No. None of them. So. Okay. Anyway, that's my report from that. Once again, haven't met in a while, and things. We're having a meeting actually this weekend. There at the Hard Rock. It's the American Indian Chamber of Commerce of Oklahoma annual meeting, and UNI OKT. We are one of the sponsors. We also have, along with that, we have our own Pawnee Nation contingent is going to be there, led by our ED, who are going to speak on the water rights, and so we have a seminar that's going to speak on that. So I was, asked for that, and they were glad to get that on. And so I think the ED and Bunky are going to be there. So we should have good discussion, dialogue, try to get some cooperation from the tribes. Next meeting was the NCAI was over there. The top priority there was, and I'm not going to speak too much on it because Famey and our VP was there. But I'll just say this about the NCAI. The top priority was the North Dakota Access Pipeline, and they had discussion on that, which I attended the listening session. It's all about sovereignty, the sovereignty of our tribal nations. It's about consultation, or the lack of consultation, from the federal government and its entities, and all of that, and this lack of tribal approval. This once again, just pushing aside the sovereignty of tribal nations. That was the biggest issue. Heard many tribal leaders express their point of view, and so they had that big listening session there. And we have is it next week that they're having the discussion there in Albuquerque, which Angela is going to attend on our behalf. So also the IHS was there. They actually had crazy their listening session on Sunday, and they got late word out, and wasn't able to attend that, but attended some of the meetings later. They're Rosalind Zoe, TSO, Rosalind Zoe. She is our direct service tribes acting director now, and so glad that we finally have somebody in there. Admiral Meeks was giving the position. He is the director of field operations, so he oversees all of the IHS area offices and their directors. So he was appointed to that. Like I said, Mary Smith, the IHS director, acting IHS director, was there. Once again, top priorities are accessing care, delivery of services, behavioral health issues, strengthening management, quality health care. Once again, the big topic was the Great Plains issues up there, and all of the resources and people they are putting up there. Commission Corps, they're really trying to strengthen the Commission Corps, making that a top priority, expanding telehealth. IHS was given $6.8 million to expand telehealth, recruitment and retention of docs and dentists and all of the top positions. One of the other topics is the community health aides, and they're asking for the tribes to weigh in on that as far as dental assistance, and that's probably the biggest part of the community health aides. And so they're looking for tribal comment on that coming up. Let's see. They also was discussing once again the land buyback of Cobell monies, of trying to really get on the list. And I think up to now they have expended almost $1 billion. They have almost another $1 billion left in that fund, and needs to be expended by 2020, or it goes back into the Treasury. Also attended the BIA meetings, but I'll let Angela speak on that. She's on the TBIC. Yesterday I attended the Sooner Care listening session. Leanna and Daryl were there, so I'll let them speak on that. But I attended the IHS tribal listening session consultation with Mary Smith there at the Tulsa Urban Clinic, and once again, same things that was discussed out there at NCAI. She brought up, let's see. One of the big things is this facilities list that they talk about, the FAB, and how Oklahoma is not ever going to be on it probably in our lifetime, because of the list and its old list done in, I think it was in 1996, and that needs to be changed, needs to be updated, probably has to go to Congress to do that, and so the Lawton Service Unit, they're the ones who have the biggest need as far as needing a hospital to be replaced, and they're never going to get on that list unless something is changed in Congress. And so we advocated for that from the Direct Service Tribe side. The big news is that Travis Scott has been reassigned, and he is going to the Lawton Service Unit. It's official now, and so there is we're going to get a new CEO here at the Pawnee Service Unit, and so I think they have already advertised for that, and so we can weigh in. We need to weigh in on that.
Are they going to detail somebody over there until
Pearl Drive.
Pearl Drive?
Yeah, Pearl Drive's right now acting.
Okay.
I understood she would be.
No,
They started it.
yeah, she's just acting. Okay. All right, any questions? Yes?
What was the consultation? Who was looking for the comments from
Which?
tribal comments?
Consultation in NCAI or where?
Yeah, it was during your NCI report. You talked about they were looking for comments, tribal comments.
Yes.
Yeah.
We
What is that specifically?
that the specifics on that is the lack of consultation from the Corps, from the Corps, BLM, BIA, Department of Justice was there. All of these issues that have been raised at up in North Dakota, of just the lack of engaging the tribes, of they just do these pipelines and just run them through your land, and after the fact they'll come and ask you, and the tribes are saying, we're tired of it. You need to consult with us. Yes.
Could we can we put that on the next agenda?
Yeah.
And do it as
Well, she's
you're
she's going next week. Yeah.
That's
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me say this. I'm tired this morning. I'm tired. I've been watching that debate. Made me tired today. And but it's been good. Been busy this month. This month has been crazy busy. But the thing about it is it's important for the Pawnee Business Council to be represented at these national meetings, to have a presence. They need to know that we're engaged, that we care, and try to bring these things back. And I'm glad that Angela's going out next week to Albuquerque to be in our place and things. And these things are important on the national scene. These things that are happening nationally to Indian nations when you go to these national meetings, it's terrible. It's terrible what our people have endured and what they're still enduring and things. Just like the Southern Utes, they're having their land taken away because they want to put a uranium mine in, a new one, and so they're taking these hundreds of thousands of acres without their approval, and they're just circumventing all the processes that are in place. And so that's why these issues are brought up nationally, and we try to support one another. We voice it and things, and so I'm glad the Pawnees are represented. So at this time, we will move to item number 6, the Pawnee Business Council Committee and Travel Reports, and I will start with
No, I got a question.
Okay.
I got a question. You went down to that Unicot, and one of the things that we had asked about your trip down there is that how active are they going to be? Because we had discussed about possibly not having an association with them anymore, just because they haven't been very active. So was you able to make any comments to them on that discussing that nature, and did you get any responses back?
Well, it was brought up, and the blame was put at the feet of the former, leaders who are no longer there, other than George, and George is still there, and but they didn't really comment. I mean, it was passed around. I'm hoping that we get busy, and from where I'll be sitting, we need to get busy. We need to get busy. It's an important. Once again, the compacts are vital to not only to the Indian nations. It's vital to Oklahoma because it will impact the state of Oklahoma, and we need to. What was the amount that we put in? Was it $136 million into the state coffers last year? I think that's what.
Gaming?
Yeah.
It was $137 billion.
$137 billion
overall for all the tribes, wasn't it? About $137 billion.
For Oklahoma or for
Oklahoma?
national?
Not per year, up to this time.
Up to this
Oh.
time.
Up to this time,
Yeah.
not per year.
Yes,
Yeah.
up to
But
this
from all the tribes, that's how much all the tribes have contributed to.
since the compact.
Yes,
was
since the
in place.
compact to the gaming, which was supposed to be going toward education, and of course we don't see any of it.
And so, just like that, that's the voice of Unicot that they can have, and one of the things that was brought up is once again is the tribes staying united, because sometimes they don't, and it was spoke of the civilized tribes and sometimes they go a different way and things, and once again we don't have really another voice together, unified, as far as an entity. Can they do better? Yes. Do they need to do better? Yes. And it's my hope that I can be a voice in that.
Yeah, I hope so too. I have high hopes for this organization. I think that it can be a powerful voice, but if they're not doing anything, it just kind of, I don't see what the use is, because I know they haven't been too active lately. They keep active at certain points, but there's things that's going on here within the state that, they should be one of the ones that's speaking on a lot of our tribes we have, and I don't see them there, that's just me, and I hope that that they are active, and if we decide, that we allow you to be on there, I hope that you make it active, you know, because, you know, it just kind of, in my mind, makes it seem like it's just a good old boys club, you know, they're just going to get together every now and then and stuff, you know, discuss some issues, but never really take no action, you know, and stuff. So I don't want it to be that kind of way, you know, and especially if you're sitting on that board, you know, I hope that you prod them along, or you're just going to be right along with them too, you know. So I don't want that. So that's my voice that I have on that issue. So I hope they do get active. That's what I want.
I just want to add to that too, is because I have the same concerns, and that the reason why I asked the question is what tribal leaders were there, and that was my concern all along, is that there weren't many tribal leaders there. And that concerns me, that we're going to devote your limited time and up there to serve in this capacity for a position that, for a organization that don't have the tribal leadership backing. And to me, that speaks volumes. If there was only a handful of tribal leaders there and they couldn't even elect a current seated tribal leader as their president, that really concerns me. So that's all I'm going to say.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on to reports. And Adrian?
I don't have let's see, I just went to
Yeah, I agree with you.
the strategic planning meeting.
But they got to work on lay it on that day too. But they need to get going.
Been discussed, and I think once again I'm getting kind of frustrated that we can't meet. You know, I know things come up and stuff, you know, but hopefully we'll get back on track here pretty soon. So that's about the only meeting I want.
Busy month.
Oh, I'm sorry, we had a cultural meeting too as well. We discussed some issues, you know, things. We got some stuff that's coming out that we wasn't able to get to, that we weren't able to. I think some of them were some repatriation issues. But we had to table them because we got into our language class session as well. So I'll have more to address on that later on. So.
Sammy.
Good morning.
Morning.
I've been out of town and I have nothing to report. Thank you.
All right. Amy?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Still just attended the NCAI conference in Phoenix, Arizona, and I always get really inspired when I go. I really enjoy hearing, because all the top agencies from Washington, D.C., they all come and they report on their the subjects at hand, and of course the Dakota Access Pipeline protest. That was one of the top major subjects that they discussed. And I just attended the listening meetings in the morning from all the different agencies, and then in the afternoon they had sessions, and I went to the sessions that dealt with workforce improvement, and they had a lot of different tribal leaders who came and spoke on the programs that they have. They talked about where they got their funding from to have these, and how they were putting their people to work. And I really enjoyed it. I got a lot of information from them, because it's always one of my main concerns is how the unemployment rate amongst our people is so high, and all the obstacles that are put forth. And they were talking. One of the big subjects that they spoke about was the 477, and about how they can use the 477 to put their people to work. And they kind of gave a brief description. Different tribal leaders throughout the country were talking about how they use their 477 program to put their people to work. So I got a lot of contact information. They're supposed to be emailing me I want to call them slideshows, but anyway, they're supposed to send all the information. They're supposed to email it to us. I signed up for all of that, and I think there's some really good information in there about different programs they went after to how to employ their people, different nations, and it was some really real interesting stuff. And so I think it's something that we could possibly benefit from. Because like I said, that's always a concern of mine is the unemployment rate. And just by providing jobs for our people, how it could improve their self-esteem. And so there was like 2 different listening sessions on that, and those are the ones that I attended. In the afternoon sessions was to go and listen to all the different speakers and tribal leaders that come up and presented their programs and what they did to help their people to find employment and to gain that self-esteem they need. So I really enjoyed that, and then just all the updates on what's going on. I guess you could basically say in Washington D.C. where a lot of the decisions are made for the different programs, like with IHS and gaming and just all the Department of Education, Department of Interior, Secretary. They all came and spoke at this conference. So I enjoyed it, got to listen to it, got to meet some new people and get some new ideals. And so, and I brought my information back, and this time I'm going to copy it myself. Last year I left it at the office, asked it to be copied, and it's been out, and it never was. So I'm going to try to get it copied myself and get it emailed to you all, so then you could kind of understand and get caught up. And then also they have, a lot of vendors that come in and set up, and they give out information because they're looking for business. So I like to go and when I see something of interest, then I will go up and I'll speak with the people and I'll get all the information I can. And as you know, everybody is big in issues with the environment and things that are going on across the country. And so nowadays Indian tribes, nations, they're building their own utility services companies. And so I met some people in that field with some really good information, which I want to copy and send out. They state that it's a possibility that all these tribes could have their own utility company. And I thought, man, that would be great, because of the high rates that we pay here in the city of Pawnee. That if we could have our own utility companies here, even just for our reservation here, for our tribal offices, how much money that could save us. So, but that was one of the booths, a lady who even said that, the business that she has, that they actually will come up, do a contract, they will actually go out and find funding for your utility company. And she has her timeline set up, and she won't expect payment until they're actually successful in finishing the job, and then they'll expect the payment from. But I have all that information, which I want to copy and get sent out to everybody so that you could look at it, read it for yourself, and so just different things like that. Sometimes it seems like I can get more from the vendors out there than even going to the conferences and going to the meetings and listening in. That was some of the highlights that I've seen that I really enjoyed, and the information that I brought back. And of course, I went after also there were a lot of programs that are offered for the youth, and then I gathered that information because I know that we have a new youth coordinator, and so I'm going to get the information to her and maybe help point her, help her out in any kind of way, just bringing information back. I want to share that with her, that I'm hoping that she's going to be able to get something going for our kids. I know everybody hears me say the same thing over and over again, but nothing's being done. So I want to try to get something going, and so I brought information back for different youth programs that are held and everything, and there's just different ways that people reach out to the youth in their communities, the different programs they have, and there was some really good ideals out there too. So I brought the information back and share with Jamie Nelson. And that's the only meeting that I attended. Yeah, it was real sad, the strategic plan. And for future reference, I would like to see who's not attending these meetings And if you guys can't attend these meetings, is there something wrong with the rest of us meeting? You know, because I don't like being stale. You know, I don't like, oh well, so-and-so ain't gonna be here, we ain't gonna meet. You know, if it's one or two people that can't make it, then, you know, I don't mind, because I know I was ready to attend the strategic planning meeting. And we really need that. That was one thing that I noticed when I was there. You know, all the tribal leaders get up and talk. They all talk about, well, according to our strategic plan, this is what we have in there, and they're all saying this, and then here we are. Well, we don't even have a strategic plan. You know, I really want to see this get finished, you know, and I really wish that us as tribal leaders would take an interest in this. And that, I mean, to me, I would like to see the direction we're going, you know, and so it's really disheartening to me when we schedule these meetings, put them on the calendar, and then all of a sudden, oh well, nobody's going to show up, you know, and so it's just kind of, it's like, hey, you know, let's get it together. But I would like to see. I would like you used to send out messages, Cynthia, you know, where this meeting is going on. Are you going to attend? You know, I would like to see. Well, who's attending? Because when I ask who cancels the meeting, nobody knows. Nobody says anything. So, you know, I would like to know that information. And I would like to know, you know, if you can't make it, then you can't make it. We all understand that. We have doctor's appointments. We have other appointments. We can understand that. But, you know, I just think, you know, that if I'm not going to be able to make it, it isn't going to bother me if everybody else meets. You know, I'm sure everything's written down. We're going to all be, you know, in the mix with it. We're all going to know what's going on. So I would just like to know the information. And you know, if at least 3 of us are going to be there, then let's continue on with the meeting. You know, I don't see the problem, because it's hard to get everybody. We already knew that, but let's continue on with the meetings. And elections are right around the corner. We need to get back on that election ordinance and get those changes passed so that could be in full effect. You know, Cynthia said at this council meeting, we're appointing new election board commissioners, and then they have to have training. Well, we're changing the ordinance, so are we going to train them, make them wait until we finish the ordinance, or are we going to train them with the old ordinance and retrain them when we get the new ordinance? You know, those kind of things. We should already have this done, but it's not done, you know, so we need to get our schedules intact, and we need to get back at it so we can get it finished. I believe we're like halfway through with that ordinance, and the changes that we made are some major changes, but there's still more that needs to be looked at. And so I really hope that we take an interest in that we get these changes made, because the election's right around the corner. It's going to be here before you know it. Then the other thing that they really push, of course, at NCAI is voting. You know, it's a major election coming up next month, and they really push. They tell all the tribes, you know, you need to go full force. You need to make things happen. You know, like different tribal leaders got up and they talk about things they do in their community, where they actually appoint committees. You know, okay, well, you're going to be, you know, in charge. You need to go out and give people rides if they need rides to go and register. Day of voting, you need to go, you know, make sure there's rides available if somebody needs a ride. Have people that, you know, you can go out and ask volunteers, would you volunteer to give people a ride to the booth to vote? Because it's big, you know, and they talk about how, yes, we as Indian people, we have a voice, and we need to use our voting rights to use our voice. And so I really wish that we were more active in that our tribe, because these elections are coming up, that we could get something together where we can offer our people rides, where we can get people to the polling booths to vote, because it's a very important election coming up, and it's a scary one too, you know, so as far as I'm concerned. But there's important issues like we're the 477?
477.
Is it 477? Okay. That is on the polls this year, and it's a major issue. And if our Native people aren't aware of it, people aren't aware of what that actually is, and then you go to booth, and if they're voting yes, because they're telling us to vote no, because that gives the state of Oklahoma, I think, the right
Oh,
for
you mean
farming.
state questions?
The state questions, yes.
yeah.
The state question is
777.
774.
777.
777 is the farm.
Yes.
Yeah, the farm, yes. And so that's one that was brought up they were talking about NCAI, even though, there's a lot of tribes from Oklahoma, but, talking about the importance of that being on the polls and what it actually means and how it could affect the state as a whole. So just things like that. So, passing on information and maybe we can make a plan, to get people to the polling booth so they can vote. And then just even explaining the issues at hand and what the impact of if it passes, what it would be. So I believe that's all. That's all I got.
All right.
Any questions?
All right. Well, thank you, Pammy. Daryl.
I too also attended the National Conference of American Indians. This was my first time to attend such an event. It was kind of overwhelming at first, but once you get running into people you know from back home, it kind of who've been there before, it's kind of steer you through and what to look for and go over the agenda and see what interests you. I was mostly what was mostly talked about was what's going on in North Dakota, and it all has to do with sovereignty, which President Pratt alluded to earlier. We in the Pawnee Nation, we are going through the similar situation, but at a smaller scale. We're being not consulted as a sovereign nation. Pipeline companies are coming in, going across tribal land, trust land without our consent. They think they can just go through here and do as they please. And other tribes have besides North Dakota, other tribes and other nations have experienced the similar situations. We've heard from the chairman of the Standing Rock Sioux, Mr. Archambault. He spoke about the history of that pipeline and how it came to where it is today, in being this huge camp up there, which Famey and Adrian has been to, and but that was brought up by many tribes about their sovereignty. The other things that were brought up was the buyback. We're paying back. A buyback plan, and what other tribes are doing with this money. For instance, the Crow Nation, with their money, they're going to utilize the money they got back for housing, and the Standing Rock Sioux the Crows are building their own water filter plants on the reservation. The Gila River tribe has used theirs to better their reservation. It's pretty much a desert tribe, the Gila River tribe. And so water is very important to them, as it is for all our nations. And with this money, they was able to go to court over it using funds, and they won their case. They are there was companies upstream that were damming up their the water, and so they sued for it and won, and are doing very well now. They've pretty much turned that desert area into a vast farmland. What was Fami alluded to earlier about the vendors that are present. They have a lot of information to help tribes better themselves with the programs they have. I was drawn to this one vendor, Native Nations Institute. They we work on constitutional issues with various tribes, and I was very impressed with what they had to say, and they would work with us because they have some free programs on their website to help tribes, especially with those tribes that got that 1934 Constitution, and which we have. And so they spoke with me. It took a couple of days. We spoke for a good 30 minutes each time on what they could do for us, and gave me some information on how to contact them, and even a book written by Vine Deloria called Native Nations Within. He said it's really good reading if you want to talk about constitutional issues. So anyway, it's a book by Vine Deloria, Native Nations Within, and this is what this Native Nations Institute recommended as reading. Also, one morning, Senator John McCain appeared. He had gave a short speech, mostly talked about tribes in Arizona. He talked about self-determination, sovereignty, and self-governance. And he was allowed only about 15 minutes, and that was it. He was gone. But it was very interesting what he had to say. He's very supportive of the tribes there in Arizona. And he was very well received. Also heard from it's got a long title here. His name is Larry. By the way, Lawrence Roberts. Lawrence Roberts, and he's the Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Interior. He talked in length also about the North Dakota pipeline, and talked a little about the Bureau of Indian Affairs, not Indian Affairs, but Bureau of Indian Education, on what needs to be done to talking about reservation schools that need to be bettered, because we were way behind in their level of teaching compared to the public sector. Anyway, that was a good session to listen to. That was some of the places our sessions I listened into, and it was just very. I met a lot of tribal leaders there. I knew some of the tribal leaders beforehand, and they introduced me to others. So it was a very good networking, being out there and meeting these other tribal leaders and representing the Pawnee Business Council. And it was very good. I was hoped maybe someday in the future to attend another one of these sessions, because you get really good information, and people who are doing good things for their people are as a business. Okay. Another event, I attended the Sooner Care Tribal Consultation this week at the Hard Rock Hotel and Conference Center in Catoosa. That was, to me, that was basically a listening session for the Sooner Care program, Oklahoma Healthcare Authority, different IHS and health service organizations working with Indian people spoke on their, everybody's got shortcomings. They would like to see the streamline the paperwork, and we need better facilities. Of course, it all boils down to we need more funding. The Cheyenne Arapahoes talked about their facilities. They're a vast, large tribe with the Clinton service area being the hub. But yet they've got tribal members as far away as Woodward. They can't come in, and they don't have the transportation funding to go pick these people up and bring them to a health facility. They're very in dire straits for expanding their health system. And of course, we here, we have no hospital. All we've got is a clinic, which is very nice, but we don't have any after-hours emergency service. So it was pretty much a listening session for the people that's with the Oklahoma Healthcare Authority. They were going to try to help everyone get more funding through the state or the federal. So it was basically different tribal leaders and healthcare representatives expressing their views and what they would like to see done. And that's all I have to say.
I have a comment. Excuse me, Cynthia. I was listening to Daryl when he mentioned a book by Deloria. It's called The Nations Within, The Past and Future of American Indian Sovereignty. $4.85 on Amazon. Could you please order us some? Anybody interested in that book? I would be very much interested in reading it. And we probably need to read that and kind of at least become informative of what our power is before we even really grab onto our strategy. It would probably be really beneficial for all of us to have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Discussed.
That's on Amazon?
Will you send the link, the URL?
I just Googled, I went to Amazon, I went Native Nations Within, and it just gave me the book.
Just Native Nations Within.
Uh-huh. It's called The Nations Within. The Nations Within. $4.85. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Daryl.
I just have a few comments.
Okay.
Myself, and this is just my opinion, about the water issues you're talking about here. I actually think our water issues are a lot worse than what they have up there. Theirs is one pipeline per se that's going to the ground, but we got pipelines all over in the country, all over our that I think equates to bigger than that pipeline they have up there. And just talking with Walter, different things, and he was out there too over the week when you guys were out there, and they put a pipeline in right there underneath the ground, right there south of 18, not too far from his place. It came from Indian tribal land, went underneath the road and went across the other side, and they're still working on it today. And I contacted him about it, so he said the same thing that BIA told him that they didn't want the pipeline there. And it's not this huge pipeline, it's, probably not so big, whatever, regardless of the pipeline. And he said the BLM gave him the okay, so it's like, who looks out for us, And so that's what I'm saying, is that, there's these big issues, and no doubt that's going on. There's other ones probably out there that we don't even know about,
Adrian, there was something brought up I thought was interesting concerning President Obama. Inadvertently, to try to streamline the building permit structure, there was like they were just trying to make it a easier, faster way of permitting construction on the permit process. Well, in doing so, he inadvertently it almost like give a carte blanche to any and all oil companies. They can just come in where they would bypass the permit process, and they can just go in and do what they please, saying, "Well, we can get this, and we'll get to work on the permits later." Well, they're not doing that, and it was a backlash from President Obama trying to just streamline the permit process, but the coal companies took advantage of it.
Yeah.
And that's where that has come about. I can't remember the name of the proposition that he called something 18, I recall. I failed to write it down.
I think this is something that when tribes or if the tribes have these entities within their tribes where they do the due diligence to try to keep up to date with those laws, that's up there. And I'm kind of surprised that Senator McCain was welcome there. After he fought big for Native American rights, and then he sold out that old flat land out there in Arizona, that tribe up there, for the basis of private companies to make money. So I don't know. It's interesting country.
All right. Well, thank you, Daryl. We'll move on to Angela.
The meetings I've attended is I had a budget committee meeting on 10/6/16, and the majority of those topics are on the agenda today. Just FYI, the next budget meeting is scheduled for Thursday, November 3rd, 2016. I also attended the Southern Plains Regional Tribal Information Meeting in Oklahoma City. The agenda topics were Mike Smith, the Deputy Bureau Director of Field Ops out of Central Office, was present. He spoke to the group in regard to tribal BIA relations and self-determination. Basically just an overview of what we've already known, and the operations. Then they had strengthening tribal courts, and I thought that was very interesting. We found out that the Office of Justice Services, under the Tribal Justice Support Director, they have where they can come out and do tribal court assessments and do a whole assessment and identify some strengths and weaknesses, and then also provide you funding, one-time funding to address those issues, as well as a potential for a base increase. So I think we need to look into that, Andrew, for tribal court. I'll get you the information and the names. But then they also talked about the review process. So I don't know if those two, the annual review is the same thing as the assessment. I didn't take it at first, but then they made a comment to the annual reviews, and we did get some one-time funding for tribal court this past year. But we had some discussions on whether we could use it for a new position or not, because it's not recurring. But I want to get clarification if that's an additional funding source that we can go, because I think we truly need that assessment within the tribal court so we can strengthen it. And that's all they're doing. They're not looking at it as a disciplinary or, to look at your contract or anything like that. It's just to help strengthen tribal courts. So I'll forward you that information, you and Susie. The next item on the agenda was tribal government policies and development, and Ms. Ironclad from Washington, D.C., who is the division chief for tribal government services at the central office as well, did a whole presentation on secretarial election procedures. And I thought this was very interesting because we've had meetings with our BIA agency in specific regard to a secretarial election and constitutional reform, and this was never even brought up. These are new regulations in regard to secretarial elections that would directly affect our efforts in constitutional reform. I asked Bruce, did you receive anything on consultation on these regs? I haven't. This is the first I've heard about it. So I'll share this information with all of you. I'll copy and scan it because it really is going to affect how we go forward. And it talks about funding. Who's going to fund it? If we take out there's some different things in regard to that. Usually the secretary will handle the cost of constitutional reform under a secretarial election. But there's some changes in those regs too that would affect us as well. So I'll forward that. So it's something that we need to discuss and see how we're going to move forward and how those new regs are going to affect us. The next item on the agenda was TBIC and Tribal Caucus. During Tribal Caucus, it was all the feds left the room and it was just the tribes there. We had some good discussion on current topics. One thing was the majority of it is more input into the agenda, the topics that are going to be presented to the tribes. We kind of felt like they were just speaking to us instead of actually, engaging in. And we had no input on those agenda topics. They just said, "This is what we're going to present to you," and so we talked about that as their TBIC rep. I would contact the Southern Plains region. To try to coordinate those efforts. We also talked about budget priorities and the process that there is some frustration in the process because we we've developed budget priorities in our region, but going forward to when you meet with the whole TBIC Council in the 12 regions, our priorities kind of get lost if they're not in line with the major regions or the larger regions at TBIC. So my strategy is the more vocal you are, the more attention you're going to get in those areas. So I told them as the rep I would try to be more vocal, but what I need from them is certain white papers affecting their individual tribes so I can adequately articulate to the TBIC their issue, because they're going to have different issues than we have here at Pawnee within the same region. We also talked about other strategies on budget formulation, maybe looking at other organizations such as NCAI and seeing what their budget priorities are, because we always feel that there's strength in numbers, and try to piggyback on those as a strategy going forward and taking that information, as well as the other regions. We talked about new initiatives. There was a recent initiative that was done in 2014, and they did a pilot project. It was called the Tawahi Initiative, and it provided dollars to social services and Indian child welfare. And there was a pilot project, and 4 tribes were chosen. And then after they went through the pilot project, Congress appropriated the dollars, and then they were base transferred to all tribes. So all tribes got their share of those dollars. But the main issue is that how were those four pilot projects chosen? In a state of Oklahoma where there's 39 federally recognized tribes, there was not one tribe from Oklahoma that was chosen. So we'll take that message forward as well. And then just transparency and funding, because there are some discrepancies in the Tawahi dollars. If your money was rolled up into Consolidated Tribal Governments Program line item or Aid to Tribal Governments line item, and it wasn't identifiable just under the social services, you didn't share in that full amount. So what I need to know from our tribe is our social service dollars, or our ICWA dollars, not social services, because we only have ICW program at this point. We need to make sure we got our full share of those dollars, because it is formula. There's a formula methodology to that, and I can give you that formula. So I want to check on that to make sure we receive, because it increased our base. So we should have got an increase in 15 and 16. We talked about the water issues in regard to the North Dakota pipeline, as well as the Red River pipeline here in Oklahoma that affects the Kiowa, Comanche, and Apache tribes. And how, you know, some of the same conversations that you've heard already, as well as what we'll be taking forward to Albuquerque next week. Well, and then the other comment, which was I thought was a major comment, is that they're having these tribal consultations in areas like Seattle, Albuquerque, and there's 2 other areas, but there's not one here in Oklahoma. It goes back to the same thing. And this is where the major earthquakes are happening, and there's not a tribal consultation. So I'll take that message forward to them as well as next week. Talked about housing. There's not enough money in housing, the HIP program. One thing that we had some talk about the land buyback program, Sammy, and Rose Robertson is over that, I believe. And they talked about a solicitation for MOUs. Are you aware of anything about an MOU? There's a certain, I guess there's a solicitation out there. And I guess my understanding, what I took back from that, we have to enter into an MOU. So I'm not.
I know that we submitted a resolution to them, and that's been months ago, and I believe that was the intent of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's
been done.
And
now we're just waiting for them to trigger us.
And they said that they're doing that now. Is contacting the tribes, which tribes, and put you on the list.
Yeah, in them run.
Right.
That's
Okay.
right.
Okay.
So that was all handled earlier in the year.
So we have an MOU with them? Okay, great.
Yeah.
We also talked about, of course, the state questions and the importance of voting in this upcoming election, and also the importance of educating our people and our tribal members in regard to these state questions. So, the major ones that were discussed was the farming and ranching question, which is 777. And what it is that it's not going to help our local farmers and ranchers. It's only going to assist the corporate farmers and ranchers. So educate yourself on those, and so that you have a full understanding of the impact and ramifications, not only on you as an individual, but as on the tribe. Yes, and then the education question as well. I think we had some discussion on that as far as accountability to Mary Fallon on those gaming dollars that go to the state, and they're that's a lot of extra additional dollars that they have to operate education programs in the state of Oklahoma. But here we're having to let, downsize, go to a 4-day school, certain districts are having to do that. But what I don't see is a lack of accountability to the state governor and the legislature in where those dollars go. And one thing that was really identified is that we have no say-so in any of those dollars that would funnel down to our Indian education programs, and we're the ones funding it. So, we need to, use UNICOT to address that issue, and other venues as well. Then the next day we had a safety and security of tribal facilities. This gentleman, I don't have his card because it wasn't Monty Gibson. It was I think he was from Oklahoma City. He did an excellent presentation on active shooters. We've had a lot of those across the United States in different areas. I think he said, was there 110? What was that? 110 or 160? He did a presentation, and his name was Michael Biggs. He's an inspector for the United States Department of Homeland Security for Federal Protective Services. But I'm going to request that presentation because I think our law enforcement could utilize it and learn, and you know, we might, I don't know, do we have anything like that in place, Andrew? Okay, see, I don't even know. I'm a council member, and if I wouldn't know what to do, you know, but run and hide, you know, and so, huh?
That's actually part of it.
Yeah, and that's
That
what
was-
he said. But it was very good. It was very informative. I really enjoyed that presentation. Also, and I'll forward you this PowerPoint presentation from Leroy Gishi, who is the supervisor highway engineer out of a central office for roads. I know we have a direct direct contract or agreement with Federal Highway to receive our transportation dollars, but they recently initiated a tribal transportation self-governance program. And my question is, and I'm sure, I'm knowing Chris and Monty's shop that they're up to date on this. I would like to know how this. Is it better to go the self-governance program or keep our current federal highways agreement and those impacts, or what's the benefit if we switch? So I would like to know more about that, because I believe in self-governance. I believe it works, but the reason why we went to federal highways, or most tribes go to federal highways, is because they're not getting the money and the assistance, the technical assistance from BIA. In implementing their program and getting their funding. So I'll send all this information and you can distribute it to who you need to. But it was a very good, overall, I thought it was very good. There are some issues that we need to address in regard to format and things like that, but made some good contacts and updating lists and things like that.
The main thing was good attendance.
Yes, there was excellent attendance at this one. There was probably about 20 people each day. And that's good. Usually it's just like 7, if that. And I mean, 7 including the feds. Attended after that ended at noon, came back and attended the TDC meeting that evening and went over the projections with the board and with Roger. And then Roger and I had a follow-up meeting yesterday after that meeting so I could get a better understanding. You all have what I received from Mr. Smith, and I want to thank you for your excellent effort and the information that you provided to us. I appreciate it very much. It was very detailed after I was able to analyze it and go through it, and so thank you. Thank you, Roger. I appreciate that. Also, I wanted to inform the council that in meeting with the board, I did discuss the goals that I have in regard to where I want to be by the end of my term in regard to their distribution. As long as the non-interference clause is in place, we can't really move forward with it now. I'm anticipating in 3 to 4 years is what I would like to see is that non-interference clause be lessened or go away. But I would be working with Roger and TDC in establishing and revising those articles to be implemented either at the end of my term, this term, or if we're still in that non-interfering clause, at least have it drafted and ready to go when that time is ready. So that's my goal, and I wanted to let you all know that. And of course, you all have to approve it, and whatever I do, I'm going to bring to you all, keep you all informed of that. And we talked about a percentage split, and Roger's on board with that and having those discussions. So, in the net profit revenue on how that's distributed. I believe that's all I have. That's a lot, but it's been a busy week. Thank you.
All right, move on to Leanna.
You have been busy. See you coming and going. Okay, good morning, you 4. And out there in, I don't know, television land. Oh no, it's not TV anymore, is it? Internet. Okay, I've been out and about this month too. October 13, I attended the Pawnee Service Unit Health Board meeting. I don't know if you're aware that we have tribal representatives attending this from Pawnee, Otoe, Missouri, Kaw, Tonkawa, Osage, Ponca, and Iowa. And let's see. Part of the discussion was over this Oklahoma Health State Department of Health, the roundtable we went to yesterday. And I'm just gonna, we go around our little table and talk about some of the things that are going on at the different health programs in the tribes, different tribes. The Cause are having their, of course this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and the Cause are having an Intertribal Fun Day on October 21st at Newkirk. Let's see, they have a lot of vacancies in Perkins, Osage, Ponca, and us. And then the Poncas are having a health fair tomorrow. And the Pawnee elders will be attending, and it's in Ponca City. And they also hope to open their dialysis center around Veterans Day. And they're still working with Blue Cross Blue Shield on providing insurance for their tribal members. That's it. And then I also attended the TDC meeting on October 18th. And Roger's here, so he'll be talking about it. But some of the updates are on the Kudix construction, land into trust, the construction out at Stonewood, BJ's. We're excited to hear about the new Pizza Hunt's Brothers moving to BJ's. The IRS tip agreement and the Gaming Commission changes, which are on our agenda today too. Let's see, what else? The Oklahoma Healthcare Authority. It was a roundtable discussion, and I'm just going to mention some of the items that the different tribes are interested in hearing some ideas how to work within and work together, including all the different health, which I don't have the list, all the different health programs available in Oklahoma. What they brought up were wellness programs, the budget, cancer care, mental health, substance abuse, after-hours clinics, pharmacy access after hours, and pharmacy management program. I did attend the Zombie 5K run last Saturday. Yeah, it was good. It was fun. I was disappointed that after the run, the lights never came on out at the roundhouse. It was dark. So I don't know. Do they automatically come on? Do we know? Do they?
They should.
Oh, okay. Well, they didn't. There was a good crowd out there. And then I also attended the Pink Out bike ride and walk yesterday, and that was really nice. You drove up to the old hospital, and there was pink everywhere. And then you had a walk at 10 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Okay. And so that's why they ran out of t-shirts last night. But it was nice to see all the families together walking. We were just able to go wherever. And the whole families were either on bicycles or walking and pushing strollers. That was really nice. Did we get any pictures of that, Gina? I didn't see anyone taking pictures, but it sure would have been nice to show the community, the families in the community. But were you able to? Because it was really pretty seeing all the pink. Okay. Oh, also I did want to add to what Fahmy was talking about with the Constitution and with strategic planning. I'm I'm looking at, right now I have the webpage pulled up, website for the Iowa tribe, and they have an advertisement for constitutional reform meetings, and they have a list of dates, and they started September, October, November, and December. And I'm wondering if we might need to do something like that. Just schedule the dates and work with that, Famie. That's just an idea. And they also have Constitution reform registration, so they have to register to vote or to attend. And then also with the strategic planning, I don't know where I heard it, but the Osages break their strategic planning down to the different categories. And so they're getting ready to have a strategic planning on finances. Maybe we need to look at that, where we look at one specific area. But those are just ideas that might get us a crowd. Okay, any questions, or did anyone hear me? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Donna, please.
Good morning.
Do we ever?
I've attended the strategic planning, and as Famie mentioned, I'm committed to the strategic planning process and getting a strategic plan that we can be proud of and that we can share with our tribal members so that they know what direction the tribe is going. We had a human resource committee meeting scheduled this week, but we didn't have a quorum, and there wasn't anything that pressing on it really, because we're doing a review of the employee's handbook, and it's been developed by the HR department, and the committee has been reviewing it. So we will meet again next month. I attended the Pink Out walk yesterday, and it was really neat. It was really neat to see Andrew in pink and everybody there in pink and participating. And then I've been attending the language and cultural classes as many as I can. I've missed a couple, and I've been taking my elderly aunt, and the classes have been great. They've been really good. I really like the way that our instructors are teaching it, and there's a lot of interest. There's a lot of times there's close to 40. Sometimes there's close to 40 people there, and so it's been good. There is one issue with the building, or the location of the building, and it has to do more with the city of Pawnee. Years back, when they did the beautification and did the bump outs, they didn't really consider our aging population. And I had mentioned I take my elderly aunt, she's in a wheelchair, and so I have to park on the streets. We have to park on the streets and take her to the street to get her up to the building. And so I would like to try to work, and this was my concern when they first did it, because there really is not any handicap parking downtown. And this is affecting the buildings we have down there. And so I think there might be kind of an easy fix, and working with the city is just trying to get a little ramp there, kind of in the middle of the block or something, and designate those handicapped, parking. But it's been, the language classes, I have to commend our cultural department, because they've really been good, and like I said, well attended. Then I just wanted to remind the council that because this is Thursday, it's my day for class, and I have to leave early. It's also test day, so so I don't want to disappoint the students and not give them a test today. So anyway, and I'll have to probably leave in about 30 minutes, about 11:15. Thank you.
I have one question about your talk about the handicap accessibility. Being that we own that building, does that refer back to us to improve those, or still with the city?
I think it's the city's property, because of the sidewalk and the street.
Yeah, sure.
part of the ADA Act too.
Yeah.
I think that they need to comply.
Yeah.
Upgrade those, exactly.
Yeah, I don't think that should be too hard of a problem to.
We were looking at it the other night.
I think we just need to bring it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just need to bring it up. Write a letter. I can write a letter. Donna, if you could remind me to write a letter.
Okay.
Thank you.
The
Yes.
building fronts are owned by the owner of the building.
Up
So
to the road?
The sidewalk in front of the buildings is.
Oh,
owned by-
okay.
Yeah, the property lines.
Out to the street.
Go out into the road, there's right of ways, but the building fronts, and so,
What-
for example, when, at Pawnee Star, and the sidewalk out front, it was a mess, and so we had that replaced and added access for wheelchairs. I did the same thing at Flicks as far as
Yeah.
having, but the city will work with you in helping demo or whatever you need to do.
Okay.
Maybe you could.
Yeah,
go ahead and send
I'll-
that
I'll go ahead and send the letter and-
over to Chris.
Yeah.
Craig, and see about working together.
Yeah.
Document.
Okay, good.
I have one more comment about the building there, the museum area, cultural center. I've been gone, well, I haven't been through town in like 2 weeks. Prior to that, there was that caution tape and
Yeah.
a bunch of bricks on the concrete. Is that still there?
Was it?
It was this week.
It-
The
tape.
tape,
Yeah.
yeah.
Some of
It's
the-
still on the ground and there's bricks
The
everywhere.
tape,
Can we have
the
our-
tape is staying up per the order of the emergency management city hall in Pawnee until they get our report from our structural engineer, which will be forthcoming.
It's torn
Oh,
down
okay, I
though.
just thought-
Yeah.
Yeah, it is torn down.
It's torn down, it's just waving in the wind.
Yeah, it's just on the ground.
Yeah,
All right.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Well, thank you everyone for those reports. And we will move to item number 7, which is the Pawnee Business Council travel request. And we'll start with Donna and move this way.
I have no request for travel.
Okay?
I have one for November 15th at Durant called Thrice, THRICE, Tribal Help. That's all.
What's the topics, Lynn?
The revenue. You want me to send it to you?
Aren't you on the budget formulation committee?
Yeah, I'm on the budget, but I wasn't planning on going to that. No, I'm on the IHS budget formulation. I don't think that's budget. I don't think it's IHS budget.
Is it
I think I did.
Is it
Yeah,
IHS
rather.
budget
What
or?
is it?
Healthcare, what is it? Providers, no. Upcoming changes to the Oklahoma Medicaid program as they relate to Indian tribal providers. Healthcare financial analytics. You want me to send it to you?
Yeah, I'm just trying to wonder in regard to how it's going to benefit the nation and its members. Can you speak to that? And I'm just, because we're so limited on our
Yeah,
thing.
but this is just down at the southern tip of the state, not like we're going.
I know, but still it has to be justifiable,
Okay,
don't
I
you
will,
agree?
Well, while she's doing that, we'll move to Angela.
Okay.
I don't have any, the travel I do have coming up in November has already been approved and it's reimbursable.
Okay. I have Direct Service Tribe in meeting in Albuquerque, which is reimbursable, and that is on November 16th and 17th. And we also have and in-state travel, which is for the budget formulation down in Oklahoma City, which will just be a one-day thing. I think it's on November the 28th. And I'm glad because I've been busy in September, October, so just a couple of things next month. Daryl.
I already have approval for a event in November in Oklahoma City. So that's the Veterans Administration Intertribal Stand Down Conference, which I've already been approved for.
Femi?
I don't have any trouble.
Okay. Sammy?
None, thank you.
All right. Adrian?
I don't have anything new, but I also want to make it aware to council that, and I'll comment on it in open forum, that, I've been working on this Buffalo project, and so heard back from Mr. Campbell that the Yellowstone National Park is very interested in working with the Pawnee Nation, and so at some point here, he would like to send the Pawnee representative up there to actually meet with the director of the park, and so I don't know when that's going to be.
Just go ahead and put a request for whenever it is, and we can approve it.
Yeah, I just wanted to be known, and I'd like it if he can make it in his schedule, Andrew, to go to, because he's been helping me a lot with this as well. So I don't know when that's going to be. It could be, I think he said sometime in December or January. So I don't know.
Okay. Head up to Yellowstone in December and January.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing. So I guess they're probably easier to spot. I guess.
God, I know it. All right, good. Leanna.
Healthcare billing in Indian country, and that deals with all of the different programs, Medicare, Senior Care. Okay.
But I guess I'm just trying to, how does it affect the tribe? Because all of our third-party billing is at the IHS facility. We don't have any programs.
But none of them go. None of the IHS goes. So I can share it.
With the health board?
Yeah, with the health board, where the director will be attending.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So at this time, we can entertain a motion for travel. Approval of the travel.
I'll make that motion.
Motion's made. Is there a second? All right. All of those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? No. Okay, the travel is approved. We will move to item number 8, the Pawnee Tribal Development Corporation CEO report. Mr. Roger Smith. Donna. Yes. I'm sorry. Went too fast.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good to see everybody. TBC board met, as Angela mentioned, on the 18th, last Tuesday night. I sent out the notes from my report and go over those with you this morning. As far as critics, we have set a goal of being able to reach the bonding capacity of $10 million by the end of 2017. As we've talked about before, the bonding capacity is what limits you to how big a job that we can go after. So as in a first step, our goal is to get to the $10 million mark. In order to do that, basically you have to have 10% of that in capital. So 10% of that obviously is $1 million. And so that's the goal of Cooties by the end of this next year, is to have enough capital to go after the $10 million jobs. Now, also with that, and aiding in that, is Mike has been networking a lot, and in that networking, he has been talking to an Alaska Native corporation. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce it, It's UIC. And with that, they are looking to team. They're looking. Is it on now?
It's on. It's just, the microphone's on.
Test.
Sitting right next to her.
I'll use my teaching voice. So they're looking for somebody to team with to do work in the corridor of Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. And so far, the meetings have gone very well. What that would do for Cooties is that the UIC company basically has an unlimited bonding capacity. And so we would be able to go after jobs and teaming with them that are much larger than anything we would be able to go after on our own. The primary emphasis there, but it's not limited to this, is the government contracting. They are 8A, and so that would aid in that as well. So this is something that's really exciting at this point that could possibly develop into something really huge, in that it would possibly take Cooties and their bonding capacity. It would put us 10 years ahead of where we can get on our own. And so continue to work on that. There's been bullet points passed back and forth somewhat as far as putting together that teaming agreement. This does not cost Cooties any money. It's nothing that we're exchanging money or buy-in or anything like that. It's just a working agreement. So they would have somebody to work through in this corridor that I mentioned. So it has some very exciting possibilities. And so far, everything has been positive in the way it's been flowing information. And Mike's worked very hard on this. Yes. So to give you an update of the projects that Cooties has been working on or completed, they have completed the work at the Cherokee Casino and Grove, where they installed the access floor, and that has just very recently been completed. They are working on the project at Gates Church in the daycare that they are building. That job, I think, is going to turn into something bigger. They are looking to do some more work. And then, like a lot of times, when you start getting into a building that's been basically patchwork through the years, you find out there's a lot more things that need to be done than they first realized. And so they're taking those issues to their church committee, and they are trying to decide what to do on those subjects and if they can afford it. But I do think it's going to go from almost double to go from close to 200,000 jobs to close to 400,000 jobs. They're also putting together a bid for the expansion of a vet clinic in Meeker, Oklahoma. They have met with the insurance companies, looking at all the buildings here at Pawnee Nation on the damage from the earthquake. We're looking at doing some office furnishings through a health service, and that's another partnering situation that we have come across. And with a furnishings company, we did some small work for them doing a ceiling lowering, and established a relationship. They were interested in working with us and going out and getting business, and there's a very nice profit share that they're willing to do in that. So we're putting together some bids on some major office furnishings at a health service center. We're also putting together Cooties is putting together a bid for a basketball facility in Moore, as well as, obviously we're working involved in the expansion project at Stonewall. The land in the trust application was turned in, as you know, September 23rd to the Pawnee BIA agency. When they reviewed the initial application, they asked for the amendment to the resolution that was provided by council. I very much appreciate the quick turnaround on the amendment just a few days later. And so that has been added to the application. I cannot give you a timetable. I don't know how long this is going to take. It goes from the Pawnee agency to Anadarko, and then since it's a gaming trust application, on to Washington, D.C. As far as the construction update at Stonewood, they have demoed an area on the west end of the north entrance. That demo work was done so that utility lines could be reran, fiber optics could be reran, and then once all those things are reran or replaced or enlarged, then that will be poured back, the concrete will be poured back, and the north entrance will be reopened. That is expected to happen in the second week in November. And then also from time to time during the construction, because the back of the house part of the building is close to that entrance, or the back side of the entrance, there will be times where that entrance is closed for periods of time during the construction process. This week, the demo work was started on the southeast, basically the southeast side of Stonewood, which included the gas dispensers or fuel dispensers and canopy in front of the plaza. So that whole area has been fenced off, including the front entrance to the plaza. The dispensers have been removed, and then canopy is being removed, and concrete is being removed as well. That is the area where the expansion for gaming will occur. So it will be an 8 to 10 week process before the fuel offerings are back operational again. So basically close to the end of this year is when that is expected to reopen. The diesel offerings are still available for truckers or who else needs diesel fuel. We have been working with what improvements we need to make at the C-stores in town. One of the issues at Snack and Pack has been is when you walk in the fountain area and the congestion there, very limited space. And so one of the first things we're doing as far as opening the store up, if you will, is we're moving the production of the Hunts Brothers Pizza up to BJ's. There's plenty of room there. There's a back room at BJ's. It's not utilized. The pizza will still have an offering at Snack and Pack. It's going to be a much more enticing, if you will, offering than the way it's being offered right now, as well as being offered at BJ's when this is done. The equipment has started coming in, and we're expecting that install to be in 2 weeks. So very early into November, that will be done. About a little over a year ago, an IRS representative came to the Pawnee Nation and met with some of the leadership of Pawnee Nation, as well as Finance Director, Gaming Commission Director, Ward Melton, who was the chairman of the TDC board at the time, and discussed a IRS tip agreement. And basically, what this is the IRS comes in and they look at, between the two entities, IRS and us, we come to agreed upon practices of how tips are collected and reported. Then an agreement is made, and if it is signed off on and being followed, what this does, it ensures that the guarantee from the IRS is that they will not come in and audit the companies or the employees that are receiving tips. So for the past year, I've been working with an IRS representative, showing what our procedures was, and then making suggestions on what they would agree to. And we have come to a final agreement that will need to be reviewed by everyone to see if they want to participate. As far as the employees, it's an option to whether they want to sign off on this. If they do not wish to participate, then they still could be audited. But the employees that want to participate in the agreement would not be audited on tips. It's not costing the employees or TDC any more money. It's just ensuring that the tips are being accounted for and reported to the IRS. And so, like I said, that agreement will be coming very soon for everyone to review. We've been talking about in the last several months that revenue is went down, and one of the things I talked about in the board meeting was that across the board, our gaming revenue is down approximately 8%. This is not isolated to Pawnee Nation casinos. I know that Osage Tonka has recently laid off employees. I know Iowa has laid off employees. I know the Sac Fox numbers are down. It's a sign of the time with the economy, and the oil money that was flowing through the area is not here right now. And so it has affected us, as well as all businesses in this area. We are working hard to try to make improvements to see what we can do to gain business back, what marketing and promoting tools we need to use. Marketers have been working very hard. I'm excited about things they're putting together, especially out at Stonewall, and creating an attitude with customers and our staff of not apologizing or having an apologetic attitude with the construction and the mess, but instead creating an excitement of what is to come. And so they're coming with some really creative ideas that I think that are going to really help us in that regard. And then as Angela talked about, the major item on the agenda last Tuesday night was the approval of the 2017 budget or projections. And we spent a couple of hours going over that. And like Angela said, she had yesterday to answering some more questions that she had. Very productive meeting over that. And it was really good. That was my report. Have any questions?
I have a question. Just a couple observations. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
One of the things, I don't see a line item for the Goodings construction on this budget.
Yes.
It's missing.
Yes.
Why?
Okay. It seems like this is starting with my but we are putting together a plan. As I stated, the goal is to get the bonding up to where we have the capacity to get to our job. That's where the money is. And so we're putting together the plan to bring to the board for this next year on how we're going to reach that goal.
I understand.
With that plan, there is not money flowing out from Goodies to either ownership, being TDC or McKinsey. Thus, there's no flow into that budget.
So it's just sitting by itself? Well, I know, but there's revenue coming in generated, right? I mean, you've done the church, you've done this, you've done that. I'd like to see where the revenue is. And
That's what we're putting together.
Another observation. Page 2 of this, the total run rate, it's just about, there wasn't enough space on Excel, so if we could get that fixed for the next meeting, that would be awesome. I did notice that there was just very few cars out to the Wolf last Saturday night. I don't know if it's a marketing thing or just people are just hanging out at football games or what's going on, but I didn't see a lot of activity, and that kind of concerned me. I made mention of it since Otto was, jumping that night, and ours was lacking. So I don't know if it's promotions, maybe a stale menu. We haven't had a menu change in a long time. It still is really slow service there, Roger, and I know this is real low level for you, but the service there really kind of stinks. In fact, I got a call from IHS this week, and I had to call over there because they wanted to have a recognition lunch there. They're limited to 30 minutes, this dental team. And they were refused that they couldn't pre-order their lunch and no one was going to hold a table for them. And that's just lost revenue. And so I called Chris. I talked to Chris and I says, look, I hate to even do this, but I've got a constituent calling me, and can you please make it happen? And he did. It was the girl that answered the phone and says, no, this can't happen. But of course he made it happen. But you need to know this, because if we're losing that window of opportunity for that team, what would you say? The college doesn't want to have a lunch in there, or we would like to go have lunch there and have it pre-ordered because it's slow and we have limited time. It's a missing. There's a gap in that, and I'd like to just bring that to your attention, if I might. And then I have one more, and this was another person, and I'm just going to. Is it true? And maybe you don't know what happened to the lady running the shirt shop. We heard that she opened her own store and owes TDC several thousands of dollars in personal shirt sales and orders in excess of $12,000. What happened to the lady that was running the t-shirt shop? We heard she opened her own shop and owes TDC several $1,000s of merchandise for personal shirt sales and orders to the tune of $12,000.
First of all, the lady sued is being referred to there was never running screen print shop. If you recall, I reported that she brought some people in that were in screen printing to help us get started, and that's assuming most of what it was. They do have to do business, yes.
Do they owe
But
us
they do
money?
not owe us any money.
Okay, then I'll just return it. I just read that. That was a test. Thank you.
I have, I don't know, I guess it's not working. Oh, okay. I have, you didn't mention anything, and that's, I don't really kind of want to bring it up to kind of I don't know how to really say it, but the truck entrance out there. I want to bring it up here at the last meeting, and I forgot to. I think we really got to see if I can get some better signage. I know twice, I'd say the past few weeks, I come into town for some meetings that we had in the evening and then I leave, and I've seen some trucks that were stuck there. And then I pulled in and probably seen where it was closed off and picked back out. And of course, we had that incident out there where there was a loss of life. On Tuesday, I left and there was another truck that was pulled in there, and before they could back out, their whole truck stalled. And they were just there. I saw some of the security out there. They had some lights that they got from the tribal police set out there, stuff. So I stopped to see what was going on. And I don't know who the individuals were, but I thank them for being out there and kind of directing traffic or whatever. But I don't know if it's up to TDC as a nation or with the Department of Transportation, where we can see about getting some more signs, maybe that are well lit or whatever, because I know a lot of people's probably not looking at those little truck signs that you
So
got.
it's actually blocked at the road.
Yeah.
Some barriers that are blocking it.
Well, I think the problem with that is that if you block that, then there's no other access into the towers. I actually went to go there the other night to stop there and eat, and that truck was stopped there. So they had that barricaded off, and I went around to the other side, and there was a big truck there. And I thought it was a construction truck, but it was just somebody sitting there. They were sitting right in the driveway, and I didn't know until later on that it was just a customer. I guess I don't know what they were doing on their phone or whatever, but I couldn't even get in, so I just went on. I know that's some of the growing pains that go along with this, but at the same time, I just worry about, because we had that wreck that was out there, and I just hope, that nothing else, comes of that. I don't know if we have to get on a CD and get out there and tell people, I hate for truckers to just quit altogether, because I know there's some that are still taking advantage of parking up there and everything. I just hope there's some way we can advertise better in some kind of a way that they know about that clothing on that side. So that's all I had.
I remember though, another question to you. I know that we had our facilities people build out the parking structure out to IHS on behalf of BIA and what have you. Is there any reason why we're not using our tribal employees to fix that concrete and all that stuff that's going on at the two stores here in town? I mean, it might be less expensive. It puts people to work. I mean, it would just sound like a reasonable request.
Now, let me talk about the signage and stuff. People are going to blow past signs. There's going to be some no matter what you do. We wanted to put signage out on the shoulder, across the highway, pointing to get their attention better. But since what was happening was not affecting the highway, the Department of Transportation, ODOT would not allow us to put signage out there. That's why there's not signage out there. As far as the barricade and putting it down to the road, yeah, that is an option. But let's talk about that. So if a truck misses the south entrance and they're going north, and that is barricaded there, what is their option? Their option is to go up to Lone Chimney to try to turn around on a crest of the hill. I don't think that's a safe situation either. So it's almost having to take the lesser of two evils. At least they can pull up off the highway up into the area that, since it's not barricaded all the way down to the road. It's not a great situation no matter what you do. It's trying to make it the best situation that we can. And so I realize there's issues. But those are some of the reasons, if we could put signage on the other side of the highway there, it would help, but we can't. And give you an example, if you're going into Stillwater from the north right now, they're putting in that big ranch, I think it's assisted living or something, right there by the golf course. And as you're coming into Stillwater, you see all these construction signs going down the road. Where are those on? Those are on private property because they go to the private property owners and ask them. In our situation, private property is 30 or 40 yards down below on the opposite side, so there's no place to put signs there. So it's a tough situation. But at least, Adrian, that truck stop was out of harm's way. We're not putting somebody else in harm's way by being there. And like I talked about, that north entrance will be opened in a couple of weeks. Okay? And so we can get to there. And then as far as the work at the stores, I met with Chris and gave him an option to see if he was interested.
Great.
Very first person I talked to.
Great.
and they were not interested in it.
Great. Too bad.
And I also wanted to say, check. That's not what I wanted to say, check. I just wanted to talk about, he was talking about Kuduk's, this construction deal with this Alaskan tribe. Just my little understanding, there's only, from my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong, there's only 2 major companies here that gets all the business in Oklahoma, and that's Flintco and Manhattan. And right now, a lot of the other smaller companies, they can't compete with that, And with this opportunity, we'd be able to be right up there, and actually probably might even be able to be over them guys. Because there's a lot of stuff that goes on up in Alaska, a lot of construction that goes on that a lot of us don't hear about. And there's so much work here that's in the Oklahoma area that a lot of smaller construction companies can't get, and that's where Manhattan and Flintco came in. They get the different people in there, get them in to expand their businesses. And so with Alaska wanting to get into that, they want to work with somebody. So the opportunity for us to be able to use that is awesome. I mean, you guys don't understand the impact that could have on our construction company. That we will be, I think, above them guys as far as because there'll be an unlimited bonding capacity, and for some people that know about construction, what your bonding capacity is what limits you to the kind of construction and businesses that you can do, the money you can make. But having unlimited, so we can build whatever, And yes, being a minority-owned company, we'll be right in the door. So I hope everything works out great, for this.
Yeah, it is exciting. What you said is exactly right. There's tons of small construction companies. What keeps them small is their lack of bonding capability. And so being able to get over that hump is what separates the men from the boys, if you will. And you're exactly right. The Flintcos and the Manhattans, we would have the bonding capacity similar to what they have to go after those jobs here in this corridor.
All right.
Can I ask a question? I think if your revenue's down at the casino, I don't understand why you always have broken ATM machines, and there's only one ATM at the smoke machine, or smoke shop, I guess. So if that ATM's broken, you can't access anything.
You can't spend money.
Seems like there's these barriers.
Can't get the money.
Of just simplicity. I would recommend that you have like 3 ATMs in the smoke shop, not one. And 3 even in the gas station, if that's done. There's just little things you can do to intensify revenue. Because I would say one broken ATM, you're probably losing like $500 an hour. So if you have it in every corner, you make it super easy for the public. I don't know how ATM machines are purchased or bought or whatever, but it's just an observation.
That's a good question. It's a good comment. Because I went to go get some money and I thought about playing it. I couldn't get any out, which was probably kind of a good thing. But for other people, we want them to do that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Are we ever going to have a breakfast again? A breakfast buffet? That was really awesome. There's no place to go here to eat breakfast. Is there not a market?
At Hallard's?
Uh-huh.
We looked at that as far as the numbers of what it did, as far as many people in the gaming, as far as, it wasn't bringing us anything. It was bringing us a loss. It was nice. It was kind of like having a Starbucks in Pawnee. It would be nice.
Yeah.
But it would be
Nice to have that Hallard's.
It wouldn't make it. There's not enough people that are going to buy that kind of coffee in a small town. I don't know anywhere where there is a Starbucks in a town, less than 2,000 people. But point being, the intent of the breakfast was to bring in people. The whole intent of the restaurant is to bring in people, and then maybe they will game. And we wasn't getting that out of it. in and eat the cheap breakfast. We would set and we did counts on how many went from there to the game. And then the other thing is to be able to accommodate the different meals and the different types of food like that. You have to have the storage to be able to, for the inventory to do all of it, and that's very lacking out there as well. We are doing more in sales since we stopped doing that at the restaurant than before.
That's interesting. Everybody's just waiting for the evening to come in. And then, what about the deli? Is that ever going to happen again before we have the subway within the
Yes,
deli?
I don't know what is going to go in there, but something needs to go on in there. And
It truly does. I mean, you might just want to walk in and have a sandwich, a cold sandwich, rather than waiting in line for hours.
yeah, and we are doing some work with the expansion. There's some money flowing into the convenience store there too. Some work in the restrooms, the heating area there's we've been looking at by, and then the register island needs redone. I mean, so there is some work going to happen in the closet as well with this expansion.
I'll try to get to your meetings in the evening so I don't kill you with questions during the day. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Roger. And let's before you come on, let's take a 10-minute break and let them work on the sound system and things, and we'll put Pies to work over there. And so let's take 10, and then we'll come back to the meeting.
But it'd be very helpful if you all send some dates over to us so we can coordinate our schedule. I'm going to be out of town. I think President Pratt's going to be out of town on conducting other tribal business.
Well, from a week ago, 2 weeks ago, this was set with my chairman and the president here on the 28th.
Oh.
And I think it was sent over before then. That was a discussion.
I never received anything from either way, Business Council or the Board of Trustees.
So, and Miss Cordelia Platt, she sent you a letter. Have you
Well,
received it?
the letter didn't specify a date. It just had later this month.
Okay, because we were all had the understanding that they did that the 28th and 29th. The 28th would be a joint meeting in the afternoon around 2 or 3 o'clock. And then the Board of Trustees would convene its meeting on Saturday morning.
And
the 29th.
That's been set to the 29th?
I'm told that's what's set, so I don't, if the Business Council doesn't have that on their agenda and you want to reschedule, get with me, let me know. Maybe we have to push our Board of Trustees back at it so that they can all come in and be here. They want to all be present with you all?
Yeah. I think we need to.
Okay. Well, Mr. President, why don't you check with your body here and pick some dates. However, I do know that we're coming close to Thanksgiving, so I have some personal items on the 17th and Thanksgiving weekend. So the first 2 weekends of November, I guess, might be convenient if it's for you all.
On the 5th is our quarterly meeting.
Quarterly?
Yeah, so
Does that take all day? Morning through?
it's usually in the morning.
So I could, if that's projection, or the 12th, another.
The earlier the better, I think.
Yeah,
And
we
the
need
5th is
to.
just
We need
another
to.
week, so.
Is it that you was wanting to meet on the 4th, right? And then your board meets on that Saturday? Is that correct?
We can try to adjust that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We'll try to adjust to what you all have.
How does the let's see, I'm going to turn myself down. How does the 4th look for everybody?
I'm not available.
It's good for me.
4th,
Friday.
November 4th
Well, we have our PDC quarterly meeting.
on the 5th,
On the 5th.
or
Are we talking early morning or late evening?
usually they fly in,
They're driving. Most of our drives in. The only one flying was Mr.
and so
Riley.
usually it was an afternoon
Yeah, it was
of
usually-
of the day before, and then they have their meeting on the
Yes.
next day.
Okay.
So they were thinking 2 or 3 o'clock on that Friday. We were thinking that is. So if you move it
On the 4th?
Yeah.
I can be available on the 4th.
Yeah.
Well, are you out of state or something?
I'm out of town.
Okay.
I already have a meeting scheduled.
How's it look for everybody else? Because
later?
we are running out of time.
Well, you'll be caught up
I was gonna
at the
say
board
maybe
meeting on the
later.
5th, right?
I'm not available the next week. We got council meeting,
Well,
but
that's Veterans Day.
Yeah.
At Veterans Day dance, and then the council meeting on the 9th.
who's all available on the 4th?
PBC quarterly on
Are you available, Fanny?
Yeah.
Are you available on the 4th, Daryl?
on the 4th.
Friday.
What time were we talking about?
Afternoon.
Afternoon. I'll make it.
Do you mind if we go ahead and meet with
If you
them?
make it later in the afternoon,
3
more
o'clock.
to the evening,
We
I
said
can make it.
Friday evening.
No.
Yeah.
3 o'clock.
3
That's what
o'clock.
we were thinking.
That's the
3
latest we
o'clock.
could do it.
Okay.
But Leanna, aren't you going to the board meeting then on the Saturday though?
Well, it's the quarterly meeting, so what
But
do I
we'll get
do?
through there by 11 o'clock.
Okay. What time is the board meeting? I did not know about it.
Usually at 9.
Okay. And the quarterly meeting is at 9?
Yeah. Okay, get back with us. Check with your board, Mr. Burgess, and 3 o'clock on the 4th, and get back with me as soon as you can, and we'll go from there.
And can you make sure that I'm on the email list, because I have not received anything for a couple of months.
I'll let Mr. Howell know, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So I know that recently you had questions about strategic planning, budgetary constraints. What I have is one copy of a letter that Mr. Pratt, you can share this with you. I don't know if you have a copy here today. You have a copy here, please? I'll read off this letter, this response about a strategic plan that was from the last discussion a couple weeks back. And then, if you recall, we tried to meet in July, and it just didn't work out. But the first strategic plan had over 39 individuals and organizations involved, and it was established by Dr. Todd Twiddle, the Board of Trustees, the Business Council at that time, and various members from the educational community, the local community. And that strategic plan basically needs updating. It was dated from 09 to 14. And we don't change it a whole lot because on the Higher Learning Commission side of it, everything is continuous. Assessment is always continuous. Are we doing what we say we're going to do? Are there improvements that need to be made? And in July, I gave you an address to this document here, Higher Learning Commission. All this is online. And it discusses the criteria that we have to become, or we have to meet, to become a accredited college. So accreditation is not out of the picture, it's just the long range picture that we have to do. And in order to meet accreditation, you'll see in this document, if you can download it and review it, the criteria talks about various obligations and responsibilities. And one of them is criteria 2. The institution has and follows an array of established policies sufficient to carry out its financial, academic, personnel, and auxiliary functions ethically. And 2C, it says the governing board of institutions is sufficiently autonomous from its ownership and any other superordinate or related entities to assure the integrity of the institution and allow the governing board to make a decision in the best interest of the institution. And so it lists many items here. 19, 15 criteria. Under each criteria, there can be 5 or 7 sub-items that we have to mesh, bring them together and say that we've accomplished these things, and then we have to demonstrate how we've done this. So the first establishment of a strategic plan, dated 2009, 2014, just bears updating. And what it does is it shows we've accomplished these things and done these items. Here's one copy. If I could make a copy for all of it, I need many reams of paper. And so that's the initial strategic plan. And in my letter to you all, I'll hand a copy to President Pratt here. I list at the bottom of my letter the same 11 criteria that we have to update continuously. And currently, all institutions, even now the Higher Learning Commission, because it supervises colleges, it too goes through a review and evaluation of its operations every 5 to 7 years. And now all institutions in the United States are on a 5-year reaccreditation plan, I'll put it that way. They all have to go through this accreditation either by the entire college or various departments of each college. College of Engineering, College of Business, Health and Sciences College. So they go through a periodic review of their own accreditation standards. They've met them, they're improving them, what they found they had to change, and it talks about financial strategies. So these 11 criteria are the things that we have to come together and discuss, because one of those is, the relationship between the college and the community, and the relationship that the founding body will have to the college. So recently in a meeting we had with President Pratt there, the question came up about how did the college, did we have a charter or how was it established? So President Pratt, I did find a copy of the resolution establishing
There you go.
Pawnee Nation Academy.
Let me see that.
And that's Pawnee Nation Academy, and then Pawnee Nation Academy changed its name to Pawnee Nation College. So that is the governing document that established the college and its march towards status as a college. And Pawnee Nation College developed its articles of incorporation, and they're filed with the Pawnee Nation District Court of Oklahoma. So that gives them their nonprofit status. We have the EIN number, we have a DUNS number. So these are all things that have taken place in the stages 2004 to 2007. And the Pawnee Nation College changed its name from the academy to the college.
These are things we need to discuss. Okay.
Those are some documents you have requested, wanted to see. I've given copies before. I think Ms. Thompson, you did receive copies of evaluation 2468. Evaluation is McLeod, which is mandated by Department of Education.
Okay. We need to look at it.
And we'll have 2-4. Another copy of, this is an independent evaluation of the entire college by Dr. Shelley Valdez. This was directed by the Board of Trustees to have a outside source. The Board of Trustees reached out to several individuals. Mrs. Valdez had the time and the opportunity to come and conduct this evaluation of the college to give us a review, of our capabilities of going forward to do what's called a self-study. And there's several items in there that you'll see Mrs. Valdez referred to. She talked to all the staff, reviewed everything we have, all the documents that we could provide for her to make an assessment. And in the short, we have to do some things internally to do a self-study, and these things she's outlined, and they meet the same criteria the Higher Learning Commission wants us to do. So that self-study, again, we talked about sustainability and the college managing its affairs. The college has to manage its affairs. And recently, a question came up about our HR policies. And our college has, and again, work was done by Dr. Fuller. They developed a staff handbook. They've developed a faculty handbook. Because these institutions generally have different guiding principles for HR policies for your 9 to 5 or 8 to 5 clock-in employee, and different principles of managing for your faculty, who are sometimes tenure track, research oriented. I don't have a real sharp copy for you all, so this is the faculty personnel policies, if you will. I'm bringing all these documents up to give you background for the meeting that you're going to have on the 4th, so you'll see a lot of questions and a lot of concerns. As I told President Pratt, I've been here 4 years, 3 years in this seat, and I've seen administration change. And some of the same questions come up with each different administrative change. And the necessity of the college to manage its affairs is the first thing that HLC is going to request of us. And they're going to look at these documents.
Mike, pardon me, but in the future, could you have your admin scan these up and just send them via PDF to us? Rather than just passing them around?
I'm going to do that in that recently Windows 10 upgraded itself on my computer, and all of these are made in Windows 8.
No, you can scan. You have a scanner, right? You can scan.
Well, they're already PDF format. I just couldn't get them. They're on the hard drive. That's the old hard drive. And nobody else has these. So I couldn't pull them up, so I have to go download them, take them to another computer in the old Windows format. So that's what I'm going to be doing after this.
All right.
So, but I just brought a paper copy because I knew that somebody wanted to glance or see something.
Okay. But in order for me to prepare for a meeting, I'd like to read them.
Yeah, you'll get those.
Okay, thanks.
Because, like I said, I had to download those this morning, some of those, because my drive and Windows 10 wants me to buy Windows 360. All of that stuff. So I wanted to bring these forward, so now you have some documentation that you were requesting earlier of us.
Okay.
So is there any specifics? Trying to think.
Well, not necessarily right now. I think we all need to look at these documents, and the Pawnee Nation College trying to be a self entity, separate from the Pawnee Nation is the discussion, that we need to have. And so those documents will help. We need to look at them and things, and then we'll be better read and ready for the meeting to come. And that's what we'll look for.
Because these were in July and August. These were all forwarded to my BOT electronically, so they have those.
Okay.
And since that time, Windows 10 came in to crunch me.
All right. So how's the school year going?
Well, we're up, and we got 41 students enrolled right now, 39 in collegiate courses, 1 non-credit, and we have approximately, I think the report will tell you, 28 or 25 certificate students enrolled.
Okay.
The evaluation, I did give one to Angela. We don't have it electronically. I just have to I will scan this one here, and it's done by the Department of Education. This is the one that evaluates the only program. And thus far, total, since we started with what they call the NACTEP, Native American Career Technical Education projects or programs, we've had 335 students come through our doors and matriculate. They've gone on, meaning they achieved their AA or achieved the goal that they want. So we're focusing now on trying to do more preparation for employment for our students. Therefore, the certificate programs come in. But the one thing we have done, and I've mentioned it in the past, is bringing the Code of Federal Relations to every class. Encouraging our students to understand what the CFR do, so that when they walk in, say with tarot, there's a CFR about tarot, there's their own policy and guidelines. The student will not be unfamiliar with the work, the language, and the documentation that goes with doing a tarot program. Do you want to make copies of these? We had given you copies before. And those are DOE. Those are mandated by Department of Education.
Mike, a couple of questions in looking in the documents that you just handed out. The resolution that you provided, it speaks about a school charter. Do you have a copy of that?
I did not see a school charter. Now, when we talk about a school charter, they were talking the academy, right?
Yes, in the resolution, yes, that you handed out to me.
So that I did not see a charter.
Okay.
So the document you have, I'm not sure if you're looking for a specific state of Oklahoma charter about a school, but most of these colleges got started by resolutions of tribal council.
Well, in the resolution, it states you have a school charter. It
Okay.
states it in the resolution.
I'll
So
look for
I would
a
need,
charter.
I would like a copy
Per
of
se.
that, as well as a copy of documentation of your 501c3 status.
We can provide that.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
But
Thank
the
you.
charter, I didn't see something that said charter. I saw this resolution and all that, so I'll have to look and see.
It's in the, towards the end, last whereas, or towards the bottom.
Whereas.
Something has an established school charter or something. I don't have the direct language in front of me right now, but yes, we would like a copy of that.
I'll have to find that.
Okay.
Okay. All right, are there any more questions for Mr. Burgess?
Oh, one thing I didn't get in my report, and it came in just later. We have currently 9 students enrolled in the GED program that we're working at.
Good.
I will be sending invoice over to the tribe for half of the cost of the instructor. The college and the tribe are sharing the cost of the instructor.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, let's move on to item number 10, and that's the ED report. We could get rid of and give it to ETE and AG and have them look at it and see what
Mike,
lacking.
before you leave work, are you guys still having a meeting this weekend?
Yes.
Okay. Just one. I'm kidding. Actually, there's 3. Kevin one too. Yeah. So just wondering if you were still having a meeting because you didn't mention it. So.
Yeah, I didn't know what the other, yeah.
Yeah.
No, we didn't post it on Facebook.
What kind, Adrian?
It's a Native American church meeting for the college.
For the college? Oh, where at?
Campground,
At the campgrounds when?
Saturday to Saturday.
Okay.
Well,
I did
with
not
that meeting,
know.
yeah.
Okay, good morning, council.
Morning.
Almost afternoon. Yeah, it's lunchtime. I'll try to keep it short. I was on vacation as well. I finally got a week off. Went up to Nebraska to meet with the family, and we camped at Pawnee, and I got to recharge my batteries a little bit.
Yes.
And when I was up there, I was thinking about what is it about being the executive director specifically that is the most stressful, or the thing that frustrates me the most, and I had some time to think about that, and I came back on Monday and started it back up again and thought about it some more, and then Tuesday during my director's meeting, I finally figured it out, and the thing that really causes, I think, anybody in this position or employees the most frustration and stress around here is the negative comments made between departments, between divisions, between tribal citizens. So I talked with my division directors about that, about setting a positive example, recognizing that everybody that works for the nation is just trying to do their best every single day. They do make mistakes, but that's okay. Let's have a little patience and let's work through it. And, it really helped going up to Nebraska because it really helped me realize what is absolutely important. What is the most absolute important thing in my life, which is my family and my God. Those 2 things are my most important things. So, it was good. It was cathartic, and it was very, very much appreciated. And I want to thank the council and the president for allowing me to take some vacation, some time off. And I will do my best to continue to drive home that point to my division directors and to my department managers. Let's stay positive here. We're all working for the same thing. We're all working for the same goals. And there's no need to tear each other down as we're moving forward. Because all it does is it causes us to take steps backwards. And so anyway, with that, boy, did I come back Monday and went right back into it. I will say that we have been working diligently with the city of Pawnee to finalize a meeting, a joint meeting for earthquake education. We have finalized on the date, October 29th. I invite the council to participate. It's at noon to 4, I believe. The list of people that will speak, or the president of the business council, the mayor, myself. But we encourage any council members to attend to, be a part of that process of welcoming people to the Pawnee Nation, because it's going to be held at Rome Chief. We are putting together an agenda. Once that all is done, I'll email it out to the entire council. Right now, it looks like it's going to be a really, really good meeting. We're going to have professors from OU and OSU there explaining the process of hydraulic fracturing and the process of wastewater injection. We're also going to be meeting with some university folks that are doing the seismic studies around our jurisdiction, so they'll be explaining to our tribal members exactly, why they're there, what instruments they're putting out on the site. We're getting earthquakes every day. We had another one yesterday at 7 o'clock in the morning. It's not a huge one, but 2.7, enough to be felt. They're having earthquakes every day, and one thing that worries me is that the geologists are excited. When the eggheads are excited about the once in a lifetime opportunity to study a fault line and all this other kind of stuff, it worries me. So we're diligently working on that. I came back Monday to some pretty disheartening news as well. We have the insurance adjusters and Mike Henson from Goodix and some other folks coming through inspecting our buildings, and it turns out that some of our buildings weren't completely abated.
Yeah, I read that last night.
So, we have to today. I tasked DECS under Monty Matlock to contract with Accurate Labs out of Stillwater, so they came today. I think they should be here shortly if they're not already here. They're going to pull all the air filters in all the buildings, bag them up and take them back to their labs to do a study to see what the level of lead or asbestos, if any, is in there. If it comes back with any hits, then we're going to have to move our folks. And I've already had meetings with Jimmy Justice and housing to try to find, start preparing for that eventuality, because if that's the case, then that's the entire building 64, and it's the entire gaming commission. It might even be DHCS. Our concern is that even with those buildings that were abated, they were only abated in spaces that were occupied. So with these earthquakes, and this is the frustrating part for me, is because it's federal money. We go after this federal money, these grants to rehab our buildings and make them look pretty, but we're only allowed to do specific things. So for like building 64, when it was abated, we could only abate those rooms that the college was going to occupy physically, and the other part of the building, I guess, didn't really matter, even though they all share the same air and everything's circulated in there. But it is what it is, and we're gonna make plans to that. I'm worried because every time we have an earthquake, I come back to my office and there's a fine layer of dust over all the furniture and stuff, and that needs to be cleaned up. So, we're on top of it. DECS is on top of it. They've been going through the buildings. Gerald over at Emergency Management Services is going through the buildings as well. We're going to do air quality studies. We're going to, just absolutely make sure that everything is either good or we just need to get out. I caution that we don't need to panic at this point. It's not like the levels people are not going to get sick really quickly, but it's still something that we're very concerned about, and something we got to do. And it really upsets me, and it upsets me because of what those buildings mean to the nation. You know, we had the opportunity to repurpose those buildings that were started for such a negative reason, and now we're occupying them when we have such a positive. We provide such positive things to our community, and if we ever have to leave those buildings, it would really frustrate me. We are making continuing our meetings with the BI and BOM, although nothing's come up of it as of late, but I think everybody's just kind of digging in and collecting as much information as they can. We're still meeting with Earth Justice in North. We are, boy, I sent the council a whole bunch of pictures of some oil spills and stuff that have been going on. And, you know, our new environmental scientist has been here for probably 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks, and, you know, the last week is when he first started going out there really enforcing tribal environmental laws. And he's already issued 17 NOVs. Every site he goes to, there is massive contamination, and this has got to stop. I mean, this has really got to stop. It's bordering on the absurd, and because of how kind of criminal this activity is, and you know, just like you said, Uncle, about, you know, the Dakota Access Pipeline, about how big of a project that is. I'm just going to let you know that here in Pawnee or in Oklahoma, it's bigger than the Dakota Access Pipeline. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of miles of pipeline running through our jurisdiction that we don't know what it's carrying. We don't know how it's maintained. We don't even know if these companies have these pipelines bonded in the event that there is a spill. The Arkansas River has had 2 fish kills already. So up near the Ponca Reservation. So I mean, it's affecting us, and so we're gonna be a little bit more assertive. Where we're continuing to push forward. We had the Employee Fun Day, which I was able to participate in as well. Got to thank DHCS or congratulate DHCS here, but they won. Unfortunately, executive office came in second, but that's okay. Everybody had a good time. Everybody. It was good camaraderie. It was a good get together. And tomorrow we're going to do it all over again at Paw Nation. It was postponed because I guess Paw Nation flooded the week that we were supposed to have it. So I encourage the employees and staff that want to participate to go participate, because these events are fun. I mean, this is what makes it worth working for a tribal nation. You know, we get to get together as tribal folk, and you know, share some food together, share some laughs together, and kind of, you know, unwind. The last thing, you know, I wanted to talk about as well is the bison program that Adrian was talking about. We are moving very, very methodically towards getting a good program here, and I'm very excited about it. Still in communication with Mr. Burgess, and he's still keeping me up to date on everything that's going on. And, you know, as soon as we get some more information, I guess we can start talking about, you know, going into business together. We haven't got to that point yet. We've got the agreement in principle in place, but, you know, that's coming soon, and I couldn't be more excited. You know, to restore the bison to the Pawnee Nation will just be a fantastic thing. The other thing that I was thinking about while I was in Nebraska is that we as a nation need to get on we need to start sitting down and really seriously discussing what our plans are going to be for Nebraska. You know, that's one thing that kept coming up to the folks that I've met up there. They know that we have land up there now. They know that, you know, we have more and more Pawnee visitors coming up now. And so, you know, we need to, as a nation, start looking at how we are going to reintroduce ourselves to the homeland on a permanent basis, and in what fashion we're going to do that. And I think it's becoming imperative that we address that as soon as we can, because it's going to happen, and it's going to happen sooner than we think, and as a nation, and we need to be prepared for it, because it is our homeland, and we need to have absolute respect for re-enter it. And, other than that, I think did I answer your question about Christopher Craig and DOT? Yeah. They did take the projects at BJ's and other stuff because the First Street project is getting ready to kick off. So all hands on deck for that. 'Cause it's going to be that's a big project, and so they're doing that. And the other thing about regulations, I'm going to be bringing to different committees and to the council different proposals for how we can structure our organization to better manage our enforcing of our tribal laws and regulations. The one thing I've noticed, I've been hitting the division directors to get together and work out MOUs, but unfortunately it just doesn't seem to work. For whatever reason. Generally it's because of the way that some of the commissions are set up. It's very difficult to get people together to write MOUs. So what I need to do is I need to look back at how organizationally we're structured to try to put that enforcement capability over one person that can, lead the effort on how we're going to go out into our jurisdiction and regulate it. And one of those things is Department of Transportation. I'm probably going to task them with regulating the pipelines. They do road projects all the time. They're very aware of where pipelines cross the state roads and the jurisdiction, and we just need to get a final accounting of everything that's going on. So that's what we're working on. Any questions?
Yes, I do. Let me get there. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask. Sorry, Andrew.
What is H&CS building? H&CS building?
HCS.
Human HCDC?
Is it DHCS?
It says H&CS.
Health and Community Services.
Yeah.
What is
Community
that?
Services.
What building is it?
The old IHS.
Old IHS
Oh,
building.
okay.
Second floor.
Okay.
Give it a name.
Yes.
The old hospital.
Well, that's another thing. That's an interesting point because that's one thing I want to do as well. I'm going to get with the directors because I want to start naming our buildings and I want to start, having them recommend to the council. Get together with the community, come up with some good names here. Let's start talking to our folks. Not only that, but our programs as well. Let's stop naming them after grants because then we're acting like we're just a representative of the federal government. We're not. We can name our programs. We do not have to call our programs by the Fed grant because then we're just a satellite office of the United States federal government. And so those things help, because people take a little pride in being Pawnee. Let's do that. So anyway.
Okay, Andrew, and I'm going to quickly try to go through these. My first question is on the Bison project. My assumption is that you're going to prepare a proposed project plan,
yes.
Cost associated with this, and bring it forward to budget committee and all that. Okay, I figured that.
Of course, it's going to be no cost to the nation.
Well, we got land infrastructure. We got to deal with the land infrastructure and things of that nature too, right?
Well, we already dealt with that first thing because the Bledsoe leases are taken care of, and,
right.
And yeah,
But fencing, is that going to be paid by the VA?
That's going to be paid for.
Okay, good. My next question is exploring ways to assume responsibility of leasing tribal lands. What's the status of that? And are you looking at 638? I thought that's the option.
It is the option.
Okay.
It is the option. The sticking point is I'm getting with Brian to develop a sustainable plan. What I don't want to have happen is us take it over, have one person in that role, and become overwhelmed, and then we run into the same enforcement problems that we see with the BIA and the BLM. Mm-hmm. The reason why we're having these enforcement problems with the BIA and the BLM is because they are underfunded just like we are and understaffed. So these people that lease our lands, leasing is just one part. We have to hold the lessees accountable for the lease. So if they're in violation of the lease, we need to be able to handle that. And right now, Mr. Kirk is developing, hopefully, a plan that we will be able to sustain a large-scale effort in taking over the mineral leases and the ag releases from the BIA and do it on our land as well. The one thing that we also want to do is take advantage of the land buyback program. Once we get the signal or whatever we're waiting for an email from whoever's going to come down here. There's going to be a team from the BIA come to Pawnee and sit down with us and tell us exactly what the steps are. But one of those things is we'll have $500,000 for a land office, a real estate office, where we can use the land buyback program to train up somebody as a realty specialist, and then we can dovetail that into a sustainable realty office. We don't want to rush into it right now because I don't think we have the necessary infrastructure for a program like that yet. But with those federal funds coming from the land buyback program, I think we can very easily develop a absolutely sustainable realty
and
office.
Is that money one-time funding or is it recurring?
That is going to be one-time funding, but it'll give us the opportunity to buy the equipment necessary to provide the employees with the training necessary to be a realty specialist, and vehicles that they will need to do outreach during the land buyback program.
Also, a part of 638 is when you contract or compact that program, you can also have access to the equipment and supplies. Any vehicles that is currently utilized at the BIA can be transferred over to the nation. So keep that in mind.
Absolutely. And we had talked about this, and Brian is chewing it, but I've instructed him as well. Let's ensure that we have a process here that if we're going to take on this responsibility, that we're going to do it in the right way, so we don't run into the same problems that we're running into with the BIA and the BLM, and now we're blaming.
Yeah, also under 638 too, you have pre-award cost and startup cost, which is additional dollars when you transfer that program over.
Yes.
So we need to capture those too.
Absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you. The next one is you have RAMA settlement dollars. I'm not really for sure what activities are involved with this item, other than, I talked to Harrison the other day, and he received a call that the monies are coming down. But they could not commit to a date. But they said the monies are coming down.
That's all I put on the note, is to let the council that we don't know exactly a time frame, because the people administering the funding for the RAMA settlement, they're not giving us a firm date. They just keep saying that it's coming soon, that they've received our information.
Okay, great.
And they have all that.
And I think I've mentioned this before in emails that we have gone back and forth in regard to RAMA settlement, and this is to the council, that we need to start looking at investment options and utilizing just the interest of those dollars so that we can build up our reserve and look at more beneficial ways in utilizing those dollars. And so we probably need to solicit, do an RFP, and I know we talked with I believe it was Armstrong, or no, it was BOK, and they have some of those free investment services, but I don't know if it's to what extent that we can, tap into those, but we may need to look into an investor administrator too.
There's all kinds of ways that the nation can do it. I mean, we can establish a trust.
Yes, just look at those options. So I just want the council to know that, we need to have that discussion on how we're going to utilize those dollars in the most efficient and effective way. Okay. Under procurement department, you had talked about travel, that they've begun starting to take over some travel arrangements. Can you give me a time frame for the full implementation of this date and when that policy?
End of November.
End of November, okay. It's my understanding that some of this has already taken place, but there's been even if you've notified your division directors, it's not filtering down to the people that do the actual travel. And
we haven't made any changes to the policies. The only thing we have the only thing we have begun is changing the documents used for that.
I'm just talking about the notification, because
Yeah.
you know, a lot of times there's that breakdown between division director and the one that's actually doing it. And I've already heard some comments about they didn't even know that there was a change in that. So I just throw that out there to keep you aware.
And I'm working with Corey right now. As a matter of fact, we're getting a training schedule going, so we're going to have people come to our 64 and go through this training for the travel policy.
Great. Also, on the indirect cost proposal, I'm just requesting a briefing and review before the final IDC proposal is submitted.
Okay.
And back to your abatement, the abatement issue, or our abatement issue is, I don't know if you can speak to what is the health ramifications of this to our staff, current staff that's been in there, and is there any liability associated with that?
Currently, I mean, this is the issue that we worry about, you know, and the question is for me, like when we initially went through the walkthrough, we initially got all our documents from IHS and all that kind of stuff, not IHS, CBG, to look at what was abated and what was not. You know, it did kind of outline that all the buildings that we had were abated. Unfortunately, when we kept further going into it from the inspector's point of view, it wasn't until the inspectors got up into the frame where they go, well, no, they weren't completely abated. And, you know, one thing that we're going to do is we're going to have to get like I said, we're getting this today, is we're getting the air quality and the filters tested by a lab in Stillwater to ensure, or to see what kind of level we're talking about here, because that will determine everything. And, you know, the honest answer is I do not know. I do not know at this time what's going on. But I've talked with our emergency manager, and he's going to go through the building as well, and he's going to talk about safety, about using, you know, damp cloths to wipe down your office desk instead of dry cloths, having cups with lids, that sort of thing. Just until we find out from the labs what's going on. And Mike Henson is also getting an industrial hygienist to come do some studies within the buildings as well, because Mike needs to know before he sends his crew in there to rehab them.
Right.
So, you know, I think right now, I think we're okay, but I'll have more answers for the council as soon as we get done with all the testing.
Okay, I'm going to skip over some of these and get with you for time constraints.
Okay.
But I do have one question on the ICDVG HUD campgrounds. I know we were awarded, but I know we have had discussions about if we were going to accept the grant because of the revenue match. And then also the aquatic center and the money we want to put into that too. So the council, we need to have that discussion. No signatures have been signed to accept that award, have they?
Well, I haven't signed anything.
Okay.
So.
Okay, just making sure, because I know we had that discussion at one time. I was very disappointed on the knowledge that our gift cards just went out this week.
And here's why. They were supposed to be in last month. What happened was there was a change in policy in Visa, and Jamie was actually waiting for the card. She had been in contact with the bank to get the cards. A new board from Visa changed the policy the way they did it. And so they scrubbed everything that they had approved in June or July. And so we're not even sending out the cards that we purchased. Visa is sending out gift cards. And the original program was for these reloadable cards that people would just automatically get reloaded and track and everything. But it's on Visa's end. Visa made a mistake. Visa changed everything and got everything screwed up. And it wasn't until, I think last week, when Jamie kept contacting the bank, kept contacting Visa, that they finally fessed up to running into some kind of problem on their end. So they shipped out these gift cards that were preloaded as soon as they could. The fact that Visa didn't let us know earlier is disappointing to me. We are paying them good money to ensure that we get the services they provide, but it was a Visa problem. You know, I mean, it is what it is. And as a matter of fact, these cards, when they go out, they're going to go out just like the last cards coming in, or we did the last program we did, because they're just gift cards. Visa's going to have to resend the cards that we originally purchased, so they can't even commit to a time on that. So
you're telling me that the cards that sent out are not the
Nope.
reloadable. So we waited exactly 45 or to 50 more days
Yep.
and held on. Oh, that's unacceptable.
And we were in contact. As far as the nation is concerned, we were very diligent in contacting the bank. The bank was very diligent in contacting Visa, but Visa was not so diligent in getting back to us. So yes, they are just sending us gift cards. Those are what have went out. Our gift cards.
Well, I'm glad they're out, but it's just very, it's very detrimental to our kids.
Yep.
I'm gonna stop with that because it just upsets me. But I do want to let you know that I do think you're doing a great job. I noticed when I came out that the campus looks really good. It's always well kept, and then I see HCS with all their fall activities and cooperating with the city on the trunk or treat things, and that's just exciting. And I commend you and your staff on that, and just keep up the good work. And I appreciate all you're doing.
And again, I don't take these things personally.
Oh, I know.
We're going to have disagreements and we're going to have mistakes that we make, but that's okay. We are, as long as we don't repeat all these mistakes over and over again.
Exactly.
That's what ticks me off. So we'll work through it.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question, and just to remember and to keep on the scope for the disaster recovery for IT.
Oh yeah.
We talked about getting the cloud, because we have our data center sitting in 64.
And our backup sitting.
And our backup is sitting at the police station. It doesn't work. So if we can get an iCloud service, or if you guys need some help in sourcing, I'm glad to help you. But that has to be.
We are in the final stages of contracting with Microsoft Office. They're going to do the 360. I think we set aside money in IT's budget for this year to make that big purchase this year for it. And so we're moving into the final stages of it to make the final contract negotiations for it. So we'll be on the cloud here probably definitely before the end of the year. So
with your activity, it is a little bit.
I know.
Concerning. All right. Well, anyways, I wanted to just recall that so it's IT community.
Yes, ma'am.
I was wondering when we will be having an education division director.
November 2nd.
Okay.
Or 4th. Whatever that Monday is.
Can you tell us who it is?
Dorno Reitinet accepted the position.
Really? Doing writing out.
So we had outstanding candidates, and so it was a good thing. We went through the list and Dorn accepted, so that's good.
Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Stearns.
Yes, Andrew, the Bison project, is that a revenue producing?
Yes.
I thought that businesses were just supposed to be delegated to
No, I mean, there's nothing in the Pawnee Nation, the PBC can create as many businesses as they want. Tribal development has a very integral role of gaming and diversifying all these other kinds of things. But the nation can create a bison business. But really, what and I want to make sure I get this right to you, Cecil, because we are not creating a business. What we are going to be doing is we are going to be investors into an already established bison business. We are going to be, and our capital investments will not be cash or anything like that. It'll be the physical animals. And the bison that are called every year from national parks, those are the things that the nations, Indian tribes, can go out and request to receive. We are going to do that, and we are going to turn those bison over to an already established bison producer, and that will be our capital investment. And so, because each bison has a value, has a worth, and right now the market I think is around $2,000 a cow, and so that will be how many bison we put into that business will be our equals $2,000 a head basically, and then each time that animal reproduces or has offspring, well, that's more capital that we're investing, and our dividends will be multiple things. It'll be cash. One of the things that we want to do is bring a show herd here. So it's not like we're creating the Pawnee Nation bison industry. All we're doing is we're creating an investing into an existing bison operation.
How much land is involved in Pawnee land?
Pawnee land, right now we have plans for 422 acres.
Out of 700?
Oh, no, we've got more land than that. But right now, the show herd is going to be is going to be maintained on 422 acres.
22. Is that in the immediate area?
Right behind us. Right behind this building. It goes up past IHS, the clinic. We're going to start doing burns here to start preparing the land. And I think we're probably a year away, probably.
I'd say about a year.
From having the bison on the property.
Is there any information available to the quote unquote press that you could send me concerning this process?
Once we finalize the deal, yes. We're still
in the working stages. We're still in the planning stages of trying to get things worked out. There's other things too that that wasn't mentioned. Like with this, we'll also have buffalo jerky that we'll be able to sell at any of our businesses.
We're doing something on this.
Travel plaza, trading posts, even sell them throughout the stores that we have here. But also too, one of the biggest things is that we'll be able to have meat supplied to our dances, our ceremonies. But the biggest thing is to return back to our Pawnee culture.
Yeah, see, because we've just now started a communication probably 3 weeks ago with the National Park Service, because that's the other person that you want to get on your team. And so we've communicated with the Theodore Roosevelt State National Park and Yellowstone, and we're still in those meetings to meet with the Badlands. We're still in meetings to try to solidify our interest and let the National Park Service know that we got a good plan, we got a good person that's going to hold this operation. And
there's politics that's involved with all of those park services, so we're trying to play those politics and work those politics to where we can be able to have access and be a part of that. Some other tribes up north, they have a lot of that. They're hand in the pot, I guess you could say. So there's not too many tribes here from the southern plains, the Oklahoma plains or Oklahoma region that are in there. So we're trying to get into that. So we get out to say so. Well, we want to claim on those buffalo as well.
And we just, in the politics really is just letting the Park Service know that we have a plan, that these animals aren't going to be abused or mistreated, that our goal is the restoration of these herds and these breeds. So.
Who's doing the final negotiation on this?
The final one,
So the negotiation.
I haven't even got that far. It's just been the council. Council does the negotiation, but we haven't got to the final stages yet.
Okay, thank you for your help.
We'll get that buffalo burger and then we'll decide. Hey. All right. Well, thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you. I appreciate your report. We will move down to item number 11. You all received the AG's report. He sent that out. Are there any questions for him on it? If not, we will move on to item number 12, old business. And the first one is item number 1, approval of resolution 1681, Supreme Court Justice. And Angela's going to speak to that.
You know, it's 12:30. I would make a suggestion we do a break for lunch and we can come back and start on this.
I think we can get through in 30 minutes. My budget recommendations are going to go like that.
Yeah,
if you don't mind.
Well, that's fine. We can do it.
I think we can. I make a motion to table resolution 1681 until after the decision ruling has come down.
Yeah.
After what?
The ruling has come down. We don't want to appoint a new Supreme Court justice in the middle of the hearing of the Supreme Court on the Donna Hare case. They're right in the middle of briefing.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote. To table.
Darrell Walker.
Yes.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Atkin.
Yes.
Donna Hare has left. Adrian Spotted first two.
Yes.
Leanna.
Yes.
All right, so that is tabled. Move down to item number 2, approval of Pawnee Tribal Development Corporation policy revisions.
I think this is it's a tabled business item, but there's nothing in the packet. Do you know if they're prepared to represent that?
No, my understanding was this was just to get this off of the old business.
Okay, so
It still needs to go back to TDC.
Okay, well, tabled it.
So we're going to table it or
Table
remove
it or remove it from the agenda until they bring it back. Is that?
Say remove it. It's been sitting there. Nobody knows anything about it.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's remove
I
it.
make a motion to remove this agenda item until TDC requests to have it back on the agenda.
I'll second it.
All right, if this is to remove, then I will call for the vote.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
I need to know the second too.
Leanna.
Would you please take the second?
Okay, Leanna.
Please. Adira Walker.
Yes.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Atkin.
Yes.
Adrian Spotted
Yes.
Leanna Keith.
Yes.
So item number 2 is removed from the agenda. We will move to item number 13, new business. Number 1 is approval of resolution 16105, revision to Member Protection Act.
There's only one word that needs to be changed. And it was exterior, and I don't think, or looking at it this morning, I don't think the red line was on there. It's just exterior to interior. Oklahoma, that's on that third page, I think.
Well, the revision in the resolution says the revision to be made is Section 205, Territorial Jurisdiction B, and to be read as follows. The Member Protection Program shall be made available to all members who live within the interior boundaries of the state of Oklahoma.
And the one now, right now, it says exterior boundaries of Oklahoma.
Okay.
And they need
Okay,
that.
okay.
It was a typo, I guess mistake person who came into
Okay.
housing found it.
Okay, so this is a housing program.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like,
Okay.
I didn't know we had, I was like reading through this and what
Yeah.
is this?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, okay, now I remember.
okay.
Remember Cindy's my memory, so if she don't remember, I don't remember. So I'm glad she remembered. So what we're doing is just changing the word from exterior to interior.
So that just limits our tribal members.
And this was a request from
In Oklahoma.
in Oklahoma, from housing.
Okay, but so that limits only the people that reside in our interior jurisdiction of Pawnee and that can access this program.
I think so, yeah.
Why is there a reason why they are?
I don't think the insurance company does exterior, they don't do out of Oklahoma. I think is what she explained.
But is this for the insurance, the Amaranth?
The Amaranth.
Well, that was what I thought. That is what you all a long time ago. This was approved by council to provide insurance to homeowners, no matter where they resided in Oklahoma, for
that's what it
insurance.
says.
It says state of Oklahoma.
State of Oklahoma.
Okay.
It's the interior. We have it as the exterior of the state.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I thought we were limiting or cutting people off.
No. We're just defining.
Okay, I make a motion to
Territory.
approve
Oh, okay.
Resolution 16-105, revision to the Member Protection Act.
I will second that.
Angela makes the motion and Sammy seconds. This is a resolution, so I call for the vote.
Darrell Walker,
Yes.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Adams.
Yes.
Adrian Sparrow.
Yes.
Lana Hughes.
Yes.
So that is approved 16-105. We move to item number 2, approval of resolution 16-106, revision to Pawnee Nation Liquor Control Act. Yes.
Okay, the Liquor Control Board, they didn't make the changes to, as council requested, where it's a 5-member board. So they got that, all those changes. But then there's a couple others that were missed. And it just, with it being a 5-member board, it said previously, it says 2 members of the Liquor Commission shall constitute a quorum. These changed to 3. And that's to be on page 5 of 11. That was missed, so it should be 3 members of the Liquor Control Commission constitute a quorum on page 511. And then one other thing requested on the page 4 of 11 on definitions. This is public places. It just says filling stations, and then requested to say gas stations. Gas stations.
What page is that by?
The first one, it should be 3 members constitute quorum, page 511, and the second one is page 4 of 11. Under public places, I, instead of saying filling stations, say gas stations. That was all 2 with this.
Question. On page 411, number 4, it says the Liquor Control Commission and their designated staff representative, which is the change, shall receive a stipend in lieu of expenses in the amount set by resolution by the PBC. So who would be, give me an example of their designated staff, you?
Myself.
So,
I don't serve on the board. They have someone else do their administrative work for them.
so this is to provide you a stipend as well?
Yeah.
For what?
Since I do the administrative part for the board, since they don't do the have access computer, I prepare everything for them. And that's pretty much how they did for the previous staff person on there. They had compensated a previous staff person until she was replaced, and then also on that board there.
I don't know if this is allowable.
Why?
Well, because he's a paid position. He's a salary position, or hourly employee, or a full-time employee of the nation.
This isn't a duty that I mean, he's on the board, and it's not a duty that we ascribe to him under his job description. I mean, we don't pay him to be the tax manager and the Liquor Control Commission administrative assistant.
Yeah, that's not part of my duties. That's been just delegated.
Well, I'm just, if we do it for one commission, we'll have to do it for all. You've got gaming commission, you've got tarot commission, you know, so, and they all have paid employees.
But Tarot Commission, they have an infrastructure, they have a whole byline where the commission hires the director hires, they have everybody there within them. Liquor Control has no office, it's just those board members.
Have you ran this by your HR? Because I don't think this is allowable. I don't think it is allowable because under Fair Labor Standards Act, you can only be paid for 40 hours a week. Anything above and beyond that is considered overtime or compensatory time. What we've just passed. I'm not comfortable with that until you get somebody from HR to review it and make sure it's in line with the Fair Labor Standards Act.
Unless it's a different position.
It is.
It's a different position as an admin for this commission. I would.
Let me give you an example.
You're just wanting a stipend, right? You're not on hourly paid, it's just the stipend?
The stipend, same as they receive the commissioners.
Let me give you an example though, because I was in this position before. I was a full-time employee, and then I also served as for the tribal youth program, and we were paid a stipend in addition to our regular salary. It was a program under the same employer, tribal employer, and it was deemed that it was not allowable because of the Fair Labor Standards Act.
Well, we have employees that sit on commissions and boards and they get paid a stipend.
Yeah.
Do we not pay them a stipend?
I sit on the gaming board for 5 years.
If they're not going to be paid a stipend, then every employee needs to be pulled off of every commission and every committee.
Okay, so I guess how we're dealing with it was the last policy we passed that they have to take annual leave or leave without pay when they attend those meetings. Did we just approve that?
I'm off the clock. I'm off the clock whenever I do those meetings.
Okay.
It's not on the clock. It's a completely separate.
Okay, that's the clear delineation that I needed to know.
Ever since when Donna Harris ED, she had assigned me as the Liquor Commission, and I had to be off the clock there, and I was always off the clock there.
Okay.
That handles the issue then. Thank you.
What other changes are there on?
That's all they had the breast mark highlighted in red. Those are the ones that just came from the last meeting, just shortly while ago. They requested the update.
Is there a special weekend
And then the main thing, part of it was too, as far as the event license with the upcoming mixed martial art events. So they do have that. That's a big change in that, the code, where that's going to be allowable. But as it stands right now, they can't, any alcohol can't be served on other than designated places, and that's going to be part of the venue as far as sports commissions, mixed martial arts events.
So when you say designated places, you already have those designated places already? So
No, that's just based on the bars like that, where it's sold like that there.
like in Stonewall and stuff.
Yeah.
So, but this, you'll be able to, like even at roll sheets, and I know there were some people that wanted to have weddings and stuff like that, and they weren't able to because they weren't allowed to have alcohol.
That's correct. That addresses that issue there.
Okay.
As far as the place that's rented where it can be sold.
Okay.
So we're ready for a motion?
Yeah, we can entertain a motion.
Will you explain that last sentence about the licensure on page 8? The application will include their consent to be within Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma's adjudication process only, or by accepting employment?
Page 8 of 11.
Yeah. In the red.
Okay. That's just by them being licensed as an electric control board. That was an issue in the past as far as falling within the tribal court jurisdiction by accepting employment. And that's just pretty much just like standard, like with the HR policies. By accepting employment, they accept the jurisdiction. That's something that the tribe's HR personal policies usually have in place as well.
Well, I'm just wondering
So
with
just
what.
similar situation.
I'm just wondering with what Adrian just said about weddings and stuff. How does that?
Well, that's not on a special event. That's for like weddings.
Okay, and that's so totally
Yeah, so they
separate.
have like
Okay,
their
thank you.
wedding banquet.
On page 11, number 2, is that, it's in blue, is that an addition? It's in blue, but I didn't know. Is that an addition?
Actually, that's just the what the current is in the current act. Now, I have worked with the commissioner board where something was advertised with the Federal Register. I guess maybe Andrew can help me on this part. Don Mason on page 1111. So, is that something, since it's already been adopted, should be included in there?
I don't know why the Secretary of Interior has to approve this.
That's what was in place when it was first initially adopted. So they were just updating what was requested by council. And I'll put it in blue.
Please,
Yeah, let's delete it.
Let's take that out.
Let's delete it.
Okay.
Delete it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I make a motion to approve Resolution 16106 with changes.
Second.
We have a motion by Angela and seconded by Adrian. Call for the vote.
Motion was by Angela, second by who?
Adrian.
Darrell Walcott.
Yes.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Atkinson. Yes. Adrian Spotted Horse.
Yes.
Leanna Peters.
Yes.
So resolution 16106 is approved. We move down to item number 3. Thank you, Lyle and Phyllis.
Yes, thank you for coming in.
You never know Phyllis is here until you actually look for her. Oh, it's quiet. All right, item number 3, and we'll turn it over to Angela, these budget committee recommendations.
Okay, item 3A is approval of the 2016 Southern Plains Tribal Health Board contribution in the amount of $1,147. The Budget Committee recommends approval to the council, and I make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion?
Who seconded it?
Sammy?
Oh, I thought it was Fanny. Thank you.
Okay, call for the vote.
Darrell Walcott.
Yes.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Atkinson. Yes. Adrian Spotted Horse.
Yes.
Leanna Peters.
All right. So item A is approved. Move to item B.
Item B is approval of budget modification number 9 to the Pawnee Business Council budget. And this is just moving money from professional services into subscriptions and a membership to cover that payment in the amount of $1,147. And I make that motion.
How much was that?
$1,147.
Oh, that's the Southern Plains.
Yeah, that's Southern Plains.
Yes, that's a Southern Plains
this
payment.
is the mod.
This is the mod for the 1,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, now we're with you.
Okay.
Angela makes that motion. Is there a second?
Adrian did.
Oh, I'm sorry. Adrian did. This time I'm the one. Call for the vote.
Darrell Walcott.
Yes.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Atkinson. Yes. Adrian Spotted Horse.
Yes.
Leanna Peters.
Yes.
All right. Budget mod number 9 is approved. Move to item C.
This is Budget Committee recommendation for approval of budget mod number 1 to burial assistance. There was an identified carryover amount that was appropriated by council utilizing the Salazar funds initially. We had a carryover from 2015 in the amount of $27,384, and since it was an appropriation specifically for burial assistance until expended, we are just putting it into the current operating year's budget to cover the rest of the year, and if there's any carryover, we'll do the same for 2017. So I make that motion to approve.
Motion by Angela, seconded by Adrian. Call for the vote.
Darrell Walcott.
Yes.
Amy Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Addison.
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Chief.
Yes.
Leanna Peters.
Yes.
Okay, budget mod number 1 is approved. Move to item number D.
This is a budget committee recommends approval of budget mod number 2 for health ed. This is just adding their 2015 carryover into their 2016 operating budget in the amount of $17,070.60. This is just so that they can utilize and expend it out of this budget. Make that motion to approve.
Motion is made. Is there a second?
Second.
Vice President, seconds. Call for the vote.
Darrell Walcott.
Yes.
Amy Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Addison.
Yes.
Adrian Spotted
Yes.
Leanna Peters.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, my turn. Budget mod number 2 is approved. We move to item number E.
Item number E is Budget Committee recommends approval of budget mod number 2 for the community health representatives. This is also carryover funds, adding it into the current year's operating in the amount of $16,392, and I make that motion to approve.
Is that for their salaries or?
No, this is carryover
Into the
dollars.
program? The whole
Yeah.
program, CHR program? Okay.
Yeah, they put it into rental and leasing, supplies, travel, and training.
I'll second it if no one has.
Motion is made by Angela and seconded by Leanna. Call for the vote.
Darrell Walcott.
Yes.
Amy Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Addison.
Yes.
Adrian Spotted
Yes.
Leanna Peters.
Yes.
Okay, budget mod number 2, CHR, is approved. Move to item F.
Budget Committee recommends approval of the payment for Bledsoe invoice over $5,000. It's the final billing for the professional service rendered in relation to the performance of the annual financial statement and compliance audit for the year ending December 31st, 2015, in a total amount of $12,000. And I make that motion to approve.
Motion is made. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Leanna, seconds. Call for the vote.
Darrell Walcott.
Yes.
Amy Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Addison.
Yes.
Adrian Spotted
Yes.
Leanna Peters.
Yes.
So, item F is approved. We might move to item number G.
Item number G is the Budget Committee recommends approval to waive the payback of the amount expended for the individuals who did not attend the NICOA trip. 3 of them were due to a death, and 2 of them were due to a illness. The other one provided ample time to cancel. However, when the airfare was made, we did non-refundable tickets, so they didn't have the opportunity. They were willing to pay for them and use them at a later date, but we erred when we did not make them refundable. So with that being said, the Budget Committee had a huge discussion about it, and with the program, as well as had Corey do this whole analysis of of how many needed to pay back, and in light of mainly the 5 people that it was beyond their help due to death and medical, and it's the total amount is comes up to $2,683.20. And so Budget Committee makes that a recommendation, and I make that motion based on the recommendation.
Pardon me, what was the recommendation?
The recommendation is to waive them paying that money back in the total amount of $2,683.20.
So lessons learned, so what do we do next year?
Well, next year I've already talked with Deb and some of the one of the major fundraisers. I want to start 2 years in advance in fundraising. 2 years. 2 years in advance fundraising, and I want them, with the approval of the council, to know that they're going to have to come up with at least half, and we'll match them.
There's a fractionated group, right? You got this team and that team, and they need to quit.
Yes. And I think we can establish some guidelines for participation per individual who wants to go, so that everybody has to work together and sign up for those if they want to go and receive the dollars.
You know, I'm all well and good with sending our own folks over there and paying their way. I don't know how it ended up that we paid for every elder that wanted to go. I do not agree with that. I would not, my dad's Navajo. I would never expect the Pawnee tribe to send my dad somewhere. We would do that ourselves if he wanted to go. So I bring that to you.
I hear
it's
you.
A lot of money. And I understand dads, and if you're really sick, I mean, maybe there need, stuff happens.
Well, we did require them to get a medical release, and all of them provided that medical release. So we tried to put things in place, and just the overall amount that was not related to tribal members was $4,500. $4,500.
A lot of money. So I'm good with waiving it and all that kind of stuff, but we have to do lessons learned, and we need to get those folks, those two fractionated groups to come together, because I know that one of them raised a lot of money, and they said that they weren't going to do anything except it's for their spending, and I disagree with that.
Well, we might, as a council, have to go and meet with them.
Yes.
As a whole council.
Yes. Anyways, yeah,
Okay.
I just want to put that out
Thank
there.
you.
I don't agree with non-tribal members getting a free ride like that.
So,
I have a question. Did somebody second?
No, we need a second. We
I agree.
got a motion on the floor, so let's go ahead and get a second, and then we'll discuss.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion by Angela and seconded by Famey. Now Famey wants to discuss.
Okay, so we just lost out on these airline tickets?
Yes.
They can't be reused, or?
yes, ma'am.
One was reused, but the other ones weren't.
One was reassigned to a staff member.
Okay, but we lost it, then we couldn't change destinations or anything. Who made these arrangements?
Usually a non-refundable ticket, if indeed you cancel your flight, you call and say, look, I'm not going to make that flight next week, they'll tell you, well, you have $200 in the bank with here American Airlines, but if that flight's going to cost you $275, you have to use your ticket within a year, and if you opt to go, it's going to cost you the difference.
And usually that's what it is, but for some reason.
You guys didn't cancel the tickets.
They told us no, even because the two tickets from the Tildens, they were the first ones, and we knew that he was going to have surgery. So we went ahead and we started asking him then, well, what do we do? Do we go ahead and make him pay back his tickets, or can they, since they are non-refundable, can we still do that? They can use them within a year, because they wanted to pay for them and do that. Because they know the process.
Sure.
So the travel agent told Samantha that no, these were non-refundable. We don't have any.
This is your travel agent? Why aren't we just booking them on our own? I mean, why are we using a travel agency when they add a surcharge?
Yeah.
I mean, why aren't we, come on folks, why are we doing that? Why don't we have you or a travel person, admin, that just logs on, has a corporate card and books? It doesn't make any sense. That's poor.
So what airline did they go through?
I don't know. I don't do travel, so.
Okay, so if I were you, I would get copies of the tickets, or at least the ticket numbers, and write a letter to the carrier, and they will more than likely work with us. That sounds like a travel agent issue. And we don't need a travel agent. I'll do your travel.
What? Yeah, and this is the and you know, I've been on council three and a half years now, and we had this the last time. You know, some cancellations and things, and I think it's just how it is sometimes with our elders. They can't help it. You know, they can't help it, and I know that in the budget committee meeting, you know, it was discussed and things, but what are you going to do when these things happen? And so right now we're just doing the best that we can and dealing with it. What I would suggest, Mr. Attorney General, if you would write the letter on behalf of the nation to these to this agency, requesting somehow, some way of trying to get some return on the money that was paid for these flights that weren't taken, and see if we can get some results from you with a little bit of authority. And so let's do it that way, and things. But
Are you talking about the airline?
the airline.
The airline.
Is there any way that you can come up with, I mean, kind of have a general ballpark figure of how much money we spend with that airline company?
That travel agency.
How much money we
You know, and travel agencies, they have a lot of leverage.
Yeah,
I mean, they can call and get you a great seat if they want to, if they've got some clout. It just amazes me that they didn't even offer the idea to extend that for 12 months.
Well, I don't know the circumstances.
I don't either,
Yeah.
but
So-
it just seems odd.
Yeah.
These flights. And if
The
you guys
travel
don't have
agent.
that, Samantha contacted a travel agency to do
That's the protocol,
Yeah,
though.
that's the protocol.
That's the
Samantha's
protocol.
fault.
It's
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
she just made a decision on her own.
No, of course not. It's
Well,
just
I
a
mean,
travel
if that's
agent.
how we're, you know, she's accustomed doing business, yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to blame her or anything. I was just wondering, you know, because for one thing, in the future, you know, we have to remember that we need refundable because we're dealing with hours.
Yeah.
Well,
There was
it's very
this
expensive.
discussion came up in council about the pricing that we would be able to get. It was all
Yes.
about the resources that we had available to get as many of our elders out to Niagara. And it came up, and I remember this, it came up in budget and in the committee as well, that these were going to be non-refundable. So if they go, they have to go, or they're going to pay it back. And
Then why are we
because,
letting them off?
you know, I know, it's just,
The non-refundable tickets are
Yeah.
just excruciatingly expensive. So it's the right thing to do. I would just say, can we just bring travel in-house? I mean, let's do that.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think there's more effective money-wise, financial, that we can do these.
Yeah,
We just need to iron that out.
yeah. It's just another thing to worry about. Sorry, Andrew.
All right, we discussed now. So we got a motion and a second. So I will call
Waiver?
To waive them
They
payment.
don't have
to waive.
Okay.
We let the other know.
Yeah. So I call for the vote.
Daryl Walcott,
Yes.
Amy Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Adson,
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horseshoe, Leanna Peters.
Yes.
Now, the next NICOA trip in 2 years is in Alaska, right?
No.
No?
No, well, I think it's going to be in Minnesota.
Oh.
I mean, I think they tossed around Minnesota and Alaska, but I think the final thing I heard was Minnesota.
Okay. All right. All right.
To Tulsa or Oklahoma City.
All right. So that is approved, and we move to item number H.
Item H
is a budget committee recommendation of approval of the budget for the employees club. This is bringing
the Employees Club budget into our system so that they can write checks and have the full benefit of the tribal government processes, if you will, into the nation, since they are a part of our government entity. So this is approving their budget in the amount of a big whopping amount of what is it, 2,000? Here it is. Yeah, $2,750.
All right. So we
I
have
make that motion.
Motion from Angela. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Sammy seconds. Call for the vote.
I have a question. Now, would you repeat that again? The reason why they're doing this? For what benefit?
This is the benefit that since they are an entity of the Pawnee Nation, will allow them to. What the issue was is they were trying to order Fright Fest tickets, and they give every member of the employee club and their family or one an extra tickets to go to Fright Fest. They don't have a credit card to order these, and the only way that we could get them to be able to purchase their credit with a credit card using the tribal credit card is if they have an internal budget and go through the PO process and the micro process, and this is what this does.
Okay.
All right. Call for the vote.
Darrell Walcott?
Yes.
Amy Littleson? Yes. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Aston?
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horseshoe? Yes. Leanna Teeter?
Yes.
All right. So that is approval of item H, Employee Club. We will move to item number 4, new business, which is approval of Resolution 16107, Election Commission appointment. Now, it's my understanding we have 3.
Then you also have to make a decision on which position.
Which position? Okay.
Do we not do interviews for this? Is there a reason why we didn't do interviews? Is it because there's only 3?
Yeah,
and
there's
we
only
need
3, and
Okay.
there's 3, and we need 3.
Okay.
And
Only 3. But after
this is the one we.
talking to people, we can get
Okay.
people to
Don't upset Cindy.
Okay.
on this one. So who's the first one? Give me the name.
Cecilia Hawkins.
Cecilia Hawkins? Okay. So this will be for approval of Resolution 16107, Cecilia Hawkins to Election Commission.
I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution 1607, Cecilia Hawkins.
Right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
which position.
Which position?
There's chairperson, clerk, teller, and until you guys get it, the same change it.
I think there's one person that requested a certain position.
And that was Margaret.
Margaret Twins requested the clerk position, so the others didn't specify, so I say we give her the clerk. And then the other 2 would be, is it chair and vice chair, or?
Yeah.
Teller.
Yeah, chair and teller. Margaret Twins for the, what it was?
Yeah.
Sergeant at Arms and I think you're changing one of them to secretary. You know,
That's right. The teller one.
So then it'd be secretary, chairman, teller, clerk, sorry, sergeant at arms, and alternate.
Right.
So those are your positions.
Well, the current approved election ordinance does not identify the changes that we're making. So that's the crux of the situation. Do we appoint them based on our current, which I think we have to, a currently approved election ordinance, and then come back when we approve it and change it back to what our new positions will be?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the chair, she's the chair, the vice chair.
So there's chair, clerk, tiller, sergeant at arms.
Teller, alternate.
So is this one for the chair?
Well, I appoint Cecilia Hawkins as the chair.
I'll second that.
I'll take back my motion.
I don't know what.
Well, I'm serious. I mean, you know,
I
I
don't
just-
understand what, I don't, if you're gonna attach the resolution to a position, then, I don't know. I thought we would just appoint them and they could
Chair,
decide
clerk,
themselves.
teller.
That makes sense. Point them, if they
Yeah.
have them going themselves, who's in charge?
I don't think the current ordinance states that, but the new one will.
To appoint a certain position.
The current one doesn't it not? The current one states that we will appoint to the positions
Of okay.
those, and then, but the new ordinance, we're changing it that they vote amongst themselves.
All right.
Okay, so we gotta go now.
So this 16107 is for the chair,
Yes.
and so the motion has been made for Cecilia Hawkins by.
No, I was just saying appointed, I didn't make the motion.
Oh.
Adrian.
Well, I took back my motion because, I didn't know about how we was gonna do all this stuff, so I there needs to be another motion on the table.
Agree, or you can vote for what position you want to just do it by a vote, a tally vote if you want to. Just another way to.
Well, if he withdrew his motion, I'll make the motion then. To appoint Cecilia Hawkins 107. I was just saying that.
As chair.
As chair, yeah. If 107 is chair, she's the first.
I'll second.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
All right. So going through all that.
And when we change the ordinance, then they can make their changes
Right.
too. So
Okay.
just to get it.
So
on.
16107 is for Cecilia Hawkins for the chair position, and it was made by Femi and seconded by Leanna. And we've had all kind of discussion, so call for the vote.
Darrell Wildcat.
Yes.
Jamie Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Adson.
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horse Chief.
Yes.
Deanna Teeter.
Yes.
So resolution 16107 is approved. We move to resolution 16108. And what position is this one?
Clerk.
Clerk.
I make the motion to approve resolution 16108 for Margaret Twins DeLaws as the clerk to the election commission.
All right. So
By Adrian?
Motion and then Adrian.
Angela makes the motion, and Adrian seconds. Call for the vote.
Darrell Wildcat.
Yes.
Jamie Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Adson.
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horse Chief.
Yes.
Deanna Teeter.
Yes.
All right, resolution 16108 is approved. We move to resolution 16109.
I make a motion to approve resolution 16109 to appoint Jamie Nelson to the election commission teller position.
What position, please?
Teller.
Teller.
A second.
Motion is made by Angela and seconded by Adrian. Call for the vote.
Darrell Wildcat.
Yes.
Jamie Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Adson.
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horse Chief.
Yes.
Deanna Teeter.
Yes.
All right, good. Jamie, you were just in time. You're on now, so we will get the letters out. Good, that's good. They need to get going. Move to item number 7, resolution 16110, gaming ordinance revision.
Wow, your timing is wonderful.
I emailed the resolution to you guys. I forgot to put it in the packet. So.
Yeah, it's on the, it's emailed. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, council.
Afternoon.
My timings are on. It's Andrew's timing, his text and everything. But The revisions that we have before you is it just updates to some language that needs to be included with needs to be in line with the revised model ordinance issued by NIGC back in 2013, I think. These revisions were, again, like I stated last time, the updates were never included with the submission in IGC, and so that's what's before you today is more revisions to go along with what's required.
All right.
So is this?
Yeah, there was two copies. There was a red line submitted and then
Can you go
a
ahead
final
and
draft.
read them?
Huh?
Can you go ahead and read them too? Because I have a hard time trying to bring it up on my computer. You didn't bring them with you? Okay. I got it. Oh shoot. Well, it's big. All right.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's quite a bit.
Yeah, it's really big.
I didn't guess. Look at all
It's
that.
right there.
Oh, okay. Also,
Yeah, so this is what we're adding or changing.
And this is all language down. I'm sorry, all this is language that you've pulled from another document.
Yeah, it's what's required.
The
Like
Privacy Act.
The Privacy Act needs to be verbatim. Our ordinance before had minor revisions to it that slipped by their legal counsel and stuff. So it needs to be verbatim, and then there's a couple other deals that need to be verbatim that need to be included in there.
Sure.
Probably the biggest change that is required is there was a notice of results submission that needs to be included in the ordinance, and that wasn't ever included, the procedure for that, and that's included now. From the background check and the applicants.
Okay. Those results of background investigations.
Okay, I make a motion to approve Resolution 16110 Gaming Ordinance Revision.
Motion is made and seconded by Leanna. Motion is made by Angela, seconded by Leanna. Any more discussion? Call for the vote.
Darrell Walker.
Yes.
Amy Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Edson.
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horseshoe. Leanna Camp.
Yes.
All right, so that is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we move to item number 8, Tribal Development Corporation.
Okay, this is the 2017 projected budget for the Tribal Development Corporation. You have the spreadsheet of the projected different entities of the corporation, including the corporate budget. You also have some detail behind it that backs it up. I had Roger offered to come back and make copies. When I printed this off, the column wasn't wide enough, so he's giving you the detail. Yes. Well, it just it just replaces these copies here. Yes. So, to explain this, the detail, the ones that Roger's handing out, the revenue, the cost of goods sold, the operating expenses, each one of those categories are based on a 6-month actuals. The annualized amount is times by 2 to get an annualized amount for each of those categories. So when you look across the blue line down below of each category, you're gonna, and then you look back over here on your spreadsheet, this top one that is the budget. The numbers are not gonna completely match because the detail behind it is based on actuals. This is based on 2017 projections going forward. So that's the difference. I wanted to point that out because I didn't want you all to look at that and say, well, that don't match that, because I did the same thing. So if you look at the overall corporate budget, the trading post budget, the travel budget, then it has the Trading Post Casino, the Stone Wolf Casino, Howlers, TP, Pawnee Star, Snack and Pack BJ's for your projected 2017 total. And just going over this, if you look at this, going category by category, the revenue, the total projected revenue from each of these entities for 2017 is approximately $23,953,651. The total cost of revenues is $11,453,695. Then you go down and you have your operating expenses from each of these entities, and your far right column gives you a total amount of operating expenditures, totals up to $8,426,012. And then the next category is total of other, which is your board expenses, your tribal licensing permits and tarot expenses, your interest and cost of debt, other expenses, and other income for total, and then total distributions paid out, for a total amount of $2,076,180. I'm going to refer to Roger to discuss the EBITDA after I get through going through these. Then if you look at the next category, it's the total projected inflow less the outflow for each one of those entities. Then you have your depreciation added back into it, and any interest added back into it comes up to $3,145,614. Then you're going to take out the BOK payments and the Armstrong Bank notes. These are the notes that we owe. Comes up to $1,322,638 for a total margin after debt is $1,822,976. Any questions? I know this is a lot to take in. I don't know if you all have had enough time to flip through it, but I'll take questions, and I may have to defer to Roger.
Well, I still have the question, and because there's a gap in it, we don't have the construction company listed.
Right, and I brought that up to Roger, and I believe he's working on that and to get it. And the explanation that at the TDC meeting was that since Goodups is not providing any cash flow to the corporation or to the tribe, that it was left off. So I asked that, well, even though it's not producing any cash flow, it's still a part of your corporation, and we do need to see the budget.
Part of the portfolio, and it's about accountability. I want to see numbers.
Yes, and he's going to provide it to us. I requested it at the TDC meeting, and so did the board.
You know, this is something you've been requesting for quite some time now, and so do you feel like...
I do. I feel like the information and the detail I got I think last year we just received this is the only spreadsheet we received. This year you have attachments behind it which identifies how they came up and projected those dollars in regard to the detail attached. So yes, I do feel like I have enough information as far as this is their projections. This is what the board approved the other night, and it's a projection. And there's other things associated with those projections. There's the expansion, there's the Howlers expansion as well, and that's going to affect the revenue coming in. And these projections anticipated any of those effects on the revenue due to the expansion.
So what action are we taking today?
To approve this.
Okay.
To approve this and incorporate it into a part of the nation's comprehensive budget.
So do you make that?
And then we'll have, pardon me, and then we're going to have we'll have a revision to this.
Yeah, when he gets the kudos to us, then we'll present that, and then we'll approve it to be incorporated into the total.
What's our timeline for that? Roger?
I haven't set a time. I didn't give him a timeline, but I figured that he would get it to me within a week or so.
That's perfect.
So is that a motion?
Yes, I make a motion to approve the 2017 projected budget.
I'll second it.
Motion by Angela and seconded by Leanna. Call for the vote.
I have a question. We have a discussion.
Okay.
Before we call for the vote. And since not everything's there, if we approve it, then I don't understand with that component missing out of this budget, how we can go ahead and approve
We
it.
can go ahead and approve this, and then when we get the kudos, we can approve that separately and add it into the comprehensive budget.
Well,
It's
should
just
that
like
be
adding.
but should that be a part of your motion that part's missing and it's going to be given to us at a later date so it could be noted so that it gets done?
I'll make sure it gets done. I mean,
Why would this, to me it isn't complete. We're approving something that isn't complete.
No, I have no doubt.
That's why I was asking. So I had to bring it up.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking that, if that's going to come later, then is it going to come later? Okay, that was my question.
Okay. Did you get the motion in a second?
No.
Motion by Angela, seconded by Leanna. Call for the vote.
Darrell Walcott.
Yes.
Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Edson.
No.
Adrian Spottleshoe.
Yes.
Leanna Teeter.
Yes.
Okay.
Amy Littleson. Wait,
Oh.
I was thinking load. I'm just going to abstain because I'll abstain.
Oh, okay. So that is approved. We move to item number 9, which is the 477 handbook, which is a resolution 16-111.
Good afternoon, Council. Sorry for the tardiness of this being on the agenda and that you guys hadn't had time to approve it or even to review it. I'm sorry, to review over this 477 handbook. It was brought to the Proposal Review Committee back, I'm going to say probably late 2015, early 2016, so December, January time, and that was before I was more involved with the Proposal Review Committee by taking notes and getting the agendas ready and everything. So the previous planning director and the previous education director, they were the ones who put this together, and they were trying to get it done so they could get their plan in early. I think their plan was due in March of this year. So I've had all those documentation and everything. So what I passed out this morning was the final draft that I was a part of to edit and format and stuff to present to you guys to get approval. This was brought to my desk yesterday by Mr. Kirk and Laura May and Jamie as they are trying to get this approved, because in the previous handbook, from my understanding, there's no grievance procedures or an appeals process, and I guess the Higher Education Committee has some appeals sitting on their desk that they're not able to move forward on because in the previous handbook that was approved, there's no process for that, and even though they know about this approval process, it's never been approved by the Pawnee Business Council. I did prepare a resolution this morning, 1611, and when I emailed the Proposal Review Committee yesterday, letting them know what we were going to do and everything, requesting if we needed a resolution or not, I was sent back an email from Grants and Contracts, which is Laura May, saying that there wasn't a resolution that was needed. We just had to identify who helped on editing and having input in on this 477 handbook and everything, and that was noted on the cover page of what I had passed out. But I did create a resolution, and I did add all that information in there also, just in case the Pawnee Business Council would like to do this through resolution approval.
Can you just go specifically to what the change is that you're adding in there?
In all honesty, I wish in hindsight I was able to get the original copy of the 477 because I don't know. I wasn't the one who put in the ideas and stuff. I'm sure there's a bunch of tiny changes and modified changes to accommodate what was done for 2016. The last time the handbook was approved was back in August 12 of 2004.
So there's more modifications other than the grievance procedure that's in this one?
I would assume so.
What's the urgency?
The higher ed committee, they have an appeal for a scholarship, but they're not able to make a decision on it or discuss it without this approved handbook. Because that's what they follow, is what that policy says in our handbook.
This is the substantial change in this handbook came as a result of the fact that the previous handbook wasn't helpful to the parent or the student at all. It didn't outline the documents they needed, the steps they needed to take to go through like a scholarship period or participate in after-school program or higher ed training. It didn't include anything of useful information to the parents. So I think Allison started this first with Mr. Barwick out of Washington, D.C. They got together to do the outline, the skeletal outline of what a good handbook is, and this is just the end result of it.
Have you had a chance to did you review this
Yeah,
whole thing?
I did.
Okay, so
I did.
and you feel like there's nothing in there that could hinder the program or put the nation at any liability or anything like that?
No, as a matter of fact, this strengthens the program greatly because the previous handbook was just basically what the previous handbook was a collection of all of the programs and just from the feds, the grant information in the program. And this one is actually a workable document that protects us as well because we're outlining to the students and the parents exactly what are the expectations for each program, whereas before it didn't. It just said, basically here's the service we provide, here's the funding source we provide it from, and here's what you can get. It doesn't tell them how to do it. It doesn't give them any process to grieve if they disagree.
Okay.
So this is actually a much stronger document.
Okay. Based on the explanation of Executive Director Andrew Knight, Chief, I make a motion to approve the Education Handbook by Resolution 16111 with a typo change on the table of contents. The number should be page 34, not 35. And also to not hinder the program from going forward with the grievance procedure and the tribal member that is the aggrieved, and so they can move forward. I make that motion to approve with the understanding that it will be brought back when the other plan is done or accepted. Thank you.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Angela and seconded by Leanna. Any more discussion? Call for the vote.
Sarah Wildcat,
Yes.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Anderson?
Yes.
Adrian Spot Horse Chief?
Yes.
Leanna Teeter?
Yes.
Thank you, council.
All right. Resolution 16111 is approved, which brings us to item number 14, which is open forum. Oh.
I have
Okay.
a few things that I need to bring up to council in open forum. And at the last council meeting, we discussed honoring Miss Ronnie O'Brien, and that event is this weekend. And so, in talking with Deb, my recommendation is that we honor her with a Pawnee Nation Pendleton blanket. And I'm hoping we can get one or several volunteers from the council to be there Saturday to present it to her. Unfortunately, I can't be there, but is anybody willing to volunteer to attend that event and make the presentation to her?
I will not be here Saturday.
I would love to be able to, but I can't. I already had plans.
Is anybody else?
Okay.
Would you? Thank you.
What time?
It's the
What's going on?
the elders at the Elder Center. They're
She's
having
got a flyer,
October
doesn't
22nd. There's a flyer.
What are they having?
Tea and cake.
Oh, they're having a tea party for her?
That's
We're supposed to be doing it. I was trying to push Deb to have a hand game. That was her thought, but I guess she wants somebody else to sponsor.
Starts at 4. Starts at 4.
Oh, it's too late.
Yeah, they have a lot of activities going on. She said that they were going to be, because I talked to her about she had mentioned the hand game, but she said that they're going to be very busy doing all these activities that really a hand game would not fit into their schedule. So,
4 p.m. Saturday.
At the Elder. Okay.
So I know you all gave me the latitude at the last meeting to do something to honor. So that's what I'm proposing, to take it out of supplies, out of the councils, and get that to Leanna.
And I'll be there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Also, I asked Cindy to get a quote on PVC shirts from Pawnee Star Design. When we go to these events, I think it'd be nice if we all had shirts to wear with our seal and identifying us as a council member. I don't know. It was like $111 or something. It was nominal. So I mean, if you all are okay with that, we would like to go ahead with that expense.
I want a Pendleton jacket with my Just kidding.
Okay, another question I had is the appraisal of the land and letter to the BIA. Where are we at on that? Have we had a response from the BIA to that letter?
For that land. Oh,
For the land where the current casino sits?
I haven't seen any response yet.
Okay, but the letter was sent over there.
Yeah.
Can you follow up and see where they're at? Because don't they have a time frame to respond to that? Usually 90 days.
I think they sent a response that they got it, but nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
just
the only response
that's the only response that we've got.
And then there was a letter that we received stating that our resolution was out of whack a little bit, wasn't it?
That
No.
was the land in the trust.
Oh, the land.
Oh,
This
yeah,
is
that's
a different
thing.
Yeah, no, I think we just got the.
Okay. I would just like to keep abreast of that and find out what the status is so we can move forward. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
One more thing real quick before I forget. I was wanting to tell you at the TDC meeting the other night, Roger, that I'm trying to get some business for your t-shirt business there. And the Wichita tribe is very interested in doing all their shirts through you. So I know you may not know or understand is that we have a real strong relationship with Wichita. So I hope that, in the future when they contact that, you guys can work out some kind of agreement. They've been doing some work with some Comanches, but they knew that we opened up our own t-shirt facility and stuff. And so they're all in love with Nathan's work, and everything. So they want to try to do solely business with you. So just letting you know that maybe in the days to come, you might receive a contact through them guys. So.
Good.
Good.
Yes, sir.
I thought I remembered that there was an appraisal that came back for that land on that in response to the letter. Did the BIA send an appraisal on the land and it was?
I don't remember.
Okay.
We'll look for something. We can ask them again. Okay. Did you have some? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Council. I have a few questions, trying to get some things answered where I can make sure that the people receive notifications that maybe they missed in the past or didn't get. One of the questions that I haven't had answered was the raises given.
Sir, excuse me, can I get you up on the podium so I can hear you, please?
The raises, hear me now? The raises that were given to the Business Council in the budget meetings that were for elected officials only, the dates and the amounts of the raises that were given to the Business Council during those meetings, those budget meetings.
What timeline are you talking?
What?
What timeline are you speaking of?
What kind of what?
What timeline? Was it in
The
2015?
last two raises given to the Business Council in the budget meetings that were never made public that I know of.
We haven't had a raise since I've been on council.
I prepared a report and submitted it to Secretary Littleson and President Pratt to respond to your request. So I submitted it to who you submitted the request to. So once they get the okay to send it out, then I'm sure they'll send it out.
And that was the last two raises, correct?
Yes, yes, from 2014 through 2017.
Yes, thank you. And then the other question I have
For 2017, there will be.
is the lawyer fees. I'm wondering up to date the lawyer fees for individuals being sued individually. I realize that in the Constitution under Article 4, Section 2, that the Business Council has the right and authority to hire an attorney for Business Council purposes and for the nation's purposes. But if they hire an attorney for an individual member of the Pawnee Nation who is being sued, not as a Business Council person, but as an individual, then to me, that is a violation of our Constitution because it's not allowed. That means that anybody who would be getting sued in a Pawnee District Court could appeal and get their attorneys paid.
What are you alluding to? Are you alluding to the case that's against Donahare?
Yes.
Okay, well, let me explain my stance with that, and I'm going to make it very clear to you. Whether or not the act was right or wrong, I wasn't here. I can't speak to it.
Good.
However, if you are in a council meeting and you make a decision to terminate a person, you should be protected because you're working on behalf of the council and on behalf of the people. And therefore, that was my vote, that we as a council have to be protected. If we make a decision Say we make a decision and we fire you, and you sue me, and I'm in council, that's my prerogative, based on whatever knowledge I have to do that. I have to be protected, and if we can't be protected, we have no business, we can't do anything, our hands are tied.
Well, that's a real decent reply, but all organizations, whether it's the Tribal Development Corporation or the Business Council or other organizations, have rules and regulations that monitor what you should be doing. And if a flagrant violation of those rules is made, then the protection goes away, is my interpretation, because I've researched this quite heavily. And as long as you follow the rules and regulations that govern your council or your corporation, you're protected.
Sure.
But when you deviate from that, you're not.
That's still in court, sir. That's
What?
still in court.
I know, I understand that, but I'm still wanting to know the lawyer fees that have been paid and the amount that they've been paid up to date. That is not a private deal. So that amount I would like to know. And does the...
I think Donna Hare is up to the tune of over $100,000.
What now?
I think Donna Hare, I think the tribe has paid her legal fees in excess of $100,000.
The tribe has paid
Yes,
Donna
sir.
Hare?
Yes, we have paid her attorney fees in excess of $100,000.
The total amount, and I sent this information as well, is $106,883.38 to date since the case incurred and since the
It's a
council approved by resolution to secure or to hire two attorneys to represent each group.
Now, the two attorneys to represent
Donna Hare.
both sides.
No, the council and the individuals. The previous council approved by resolution to hire an attorney for the council members that were being sued and the 4 individuals that were being sued. They opted to have 2 attorneys. To me, they didn't need 2 attorneys. They should have just had 1 attorney representing all of them. But at that time, the council, they chose to get 2 different attorneys. So that's why you have two attorneys with 2 expenses.
And that's the 2 attorneys for the defendants in the case. Is this correct?
Yes. Correct.
Not the plaintiff.
Not the plaintiff.
No, she has 1.
What?
She has her own team.
Yes, right. But the nation isn't paying her attorney fees. Is this correct?
No.
Okay, that's what I was asking about. So $106,803. Okay.
883.
883.
883. Okay.
.16.
And I'll get this all sent to you. My email had been down.
What?
I said, I will get this all sent. She did a report on the financials, and I'll get it all sent to you. My email had been down. I just got it up this morning after I got here. And I will forward that on to you so you'll have all that
Okay.
in your possession.
Question number 3. Does the HR still have the authority to hire and fire as that resolution that was passed a few years ago? Is that resolution still in effect to hire and fire employees?
That who does? Does HR?
A few years ago, whenever the Business Council decided to assign the Human Resources Department the right to hire and fire the employees, I just want to make sure they still do that. That is still in effect, and that is not up to the Business Council to do that. Simple question.
We have an HR policy.
It's up to me. It's up to the policy.
It's outlined in the policy.
Yeah, subject to the policy, yes, okay. Okay, I had another question here.
Except for my position. I'm still hired and fired by the council.
By the council.
And the AG.
Right.
Based on the org chart.
And the AG. That's the only 2 positions.
On the budget committee, how many members totally are on the budget committee?
Okay, you have the treasurer, the executive director, the administrative affairs division director, the planning director, the grants and contract specialist, the finance director, and then the council or ex officio. So 6 total, and the council or ex officio, they can attend anytime they want to. And we have to have 3 members there to conduct business.
Ex officio?
Yes.
Do you have voting rights on the budget?
I do. I think some council members have difference of opinion of ex officio, but I allow all my council members to vote in the meetings as chair.
So you are a sitting voting member of the budget committee?
I don't vote. As chair, I don't vote, but the
right, but the rest of them do.
Yeah, if they're there, they are allowed to vote.
Okay. That ought to do it. Thanks for your help. Thanks for the clarity.
Sure.
Thank you, Cecil.
Thank you.
All right, do we have anybody else for open forum? Well, let one of the chiefs. Wait.
Testing. Noah.
What?
Irasalki Kitkahaki Nasaro. I would like to greet each of you with good feelings and a hearty handshake this afternoon. And we wanted to come over and give you a brief update here on our travels up north to Standing Rock. And then ask a request of you to help us again make another journey up there. Right now, the last trip we made was to haul wood up there and winterize our camp. The police department, they gave us a great big wall tent to take up there and use through the winter, and it's houses about 8 small tents on the inside of it. And then got word this morning that that whole encampment, they brought in some wood stoves, so they're going to set up a wood stove inside our big wall tent so that all those that are staying in there will be warmer through the nights. And then they moved our kitchen inside there, and then so it's been a pretty good shelter for them. And we still have one of our teepees up there. And right now they're out of wood. They brought, Cherokees brought in 2 semi-truckloads a couple days ago. And they said as fast as it hit the ground, it was gone. So we was wanting to make another load of our own and take up there. The Otos, they've donated all the wood that we can carry on our 18-foot trailer, and so they help us like that. And then it's already seasoned. It's hardwood, so it's real good. And we usually unload right there at our Pawnee camp and cover it so it stays there. And if there's any other surrounding campers that need wood, we'll help them out. But in the past, a lot of the wood they dropped right into the main kitchen, and then where they have their 7 sacred fires, and they used all the wood, and then our camp didn't hardly get too much of that. So the last time we took it up and we unloaded it right there at our campsite so that we would would be able to have the wood for our camp. And the reason for that is that we went up and we set up so that we would be able to have our camp set up, and we would have everything we need right there to survive, and then be able to go out and help the rest of the campers and be involved with be involved with the rest of the protesters and water protectors. And so that's the way it's been. So now our wood supply is running low. Last time we took propane up there, we used some propane, and it helped out as well. So we was wondering if we could make another journey up there, and we could be helped out financially, so that we could go up and take another trailer load of wood up there, and some more supplies, and drop them off, and then secure our camp again, and then make a trip back home. But our the Tarot department, they said we could use their vehicle once again to pull the trailer. So we have the wood, we have the vehicle to go up there. It's just needing some help financially. So I was wondering if your business council could help us out again. And I appreciate the help that you've been to us in the past, and it's made it a lot easier for us, and so we're able to help out where we need it up there, and supporting this Standing Rock and all of the nations that are up there. And so far, we've been a great help to them and supporting them, and then the acknowledgement of our peace treaty with them, the Sioux Nation, that they made the acknowledgement about it. Two of our tribal members went to jail. They were charged with felony charges, and so Standing Rock, they provided attorneys, and last Monday they had the charges dropped. And so our members are still up there. They're supporting this cause here. And, they're educating us as well on the environment, the water, the importance of it, and they're teaching all of the campers, the people up there that want to learn about how to go about handling the police, the pipeline workers, and all the violent people. And they're educating on how to communicate with the press, and how to be safe and prayerful, mindful, humble. So it's been a real good experience for a lot of our folks that's made their journey up there. And then we're going to stand with them until they put a stop to this pipeline. And then I believe the battles can be right here at home. So we're making some good connections up there with a lot of educated people and people that are willing to come here and stand with us when we decide we're going to make that stand. And they'll come here and they'll be in support of us. And so I just want to say thank you. Appreciate the help that you've been to us here. And, Jimmy Horn and I, we've made these journeys up there. We take two vehicles. I follow him up in the truck, the trailer. So if there's any the load loosens up or wood falls or whatever, then I'm back right behind him. So we'll go up, and then we usually we leave at 5 in the morning. We could be up there at 7 that evening, and then we have all the help we need to unload the wood and do what we need to do, and then camp out, get caught up on all what's going on there. Then the next day, spend the day there with the water protectors and protesters, and then spend the day and then another night there in our camp, and then we'll head back at 5 the next morning. So that's our hopeful plan again. We get the finances to go.
Morgan,
So
have you, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but do you have estimated cost and a date when you all are going up there? And who's all going?
well, just Jim and I is the only two that's been going, driving just those two vehicles. Famie went. I woke her up and I told her to go last time, so she didn't have a chance to say anything. So I just took her with me. But it's good to have company when you're on a straight drive like that.
Yeah. So do you have an estimated cost of what you're requesting?
I think the truck is running. It's burning close to the $800 to get up there and back in fuel, and my vehicle don't quite use that much. So they've been giving us like $800 and something stipend. I'm not for sure what exactly it is. And so that's what we've been using to go up there, and then once we get up there, then the members that are there, if they need anything, special needs, then then we'll buy them things that they need and help them out. A lot of times, they used to jump in that river to take a bath, but then it's getting pretty cold now, so they're trying to be connected to people that put their money together. They rent a room up there when they can at the motel, and then they go up there and take a shower and do laundry. But I'm not for sure exactly total amount. I talked to Jim, but he's in Stillwater. He has an exact amount of how much that truck burns to pull that trailer up there and back home.
And Angela, when I went up there, I still have my receipts and everything that I had for the gas and everything for that expenditures. Now, I don't know what truck he's talking about, but the white one, the white Taro truck, we had that with the trailer. Now the trailer adds more weight and burns more fuel and everything. It was you gave me it was a little bit over 400, and by the time we got into Kansas, I was using my own money to get back. So I would say about 450. But I know the gas fluctuates. When we got further up, it was more expensive, and then when we got closer down into the lower states, it started kind of lowing down. So that was round trip.
And when are you all leaving?
As soon as we get the funding, we're ready to go. We've been ready since Tuesday morning.
So I'm not promising anything, but I've requested R&E reports so I can look at the budgets that's available. So if we can identify, would $1,000 be enough for you to get up there and back, buy y'all something to eat?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, too, there's individuals that have more stuff to take up there. And I just saw that Facebook post late last night, and they tagged me in it like I was going, and I hadn't responded back. But I think if anybody that's going up there, I can tell them to get a hold of you, because I think they've got some blankets and some other kind of stuff too that they want to do. Actually, I think somebody had a propane stove or something. So I'll let them know later.
And then our Sonny Hal donated a generator up there, took it up there, and so it's been a lot of help to the camps up there too. So whenever it's needed, then we'll use it up there for light at night, and then they charge their phones on it too. So it's been helpful.
Okay, great. You want to make that motion?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I interject? So you said it took $800 in gas just to take the Taro truck up there, correct?
Either that or more.
And then you have a car too.
Yeah.
You're talking about 2 vehicles though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. he's
Oh,
talking
the
about
2 vehicles cost $800.
Yeah. Just
Well,
for
I
one.
misunderstood.
No,
I
it's
thought you said the truck.
Just the truck. They gave us separate checks to go, stipend checks to go up there.
Yeah.
So I followed him up there because of the load he was carrying on the trailer, and so that's that was I don't know exactly how much he used, but he did pass gas station there coming back.
So, I get, well, and that's what I was trying to get at. So would $1,000, because it would just be one check for $1,000.
Yeah, that would be fine.
You think that would be enough for you?
Because any help will, that'll be good. I mean, we could both get in that one vehicle and go.
Was you planning on taking 2 vehicles though?
That's what we usually do.
Okay.
We take 2 because that we're pulling it's a big trailer. It's
yeah.
not none of these small trailers. This
weight.
trailer's big enough to pull to haul a tractor. That's what he bought it for.
Okay.
So it's heavy duty. And then we put 5 rails on it all the way around it. And so we load it with wood.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the council? I could probably come up with $1,200 just in regular budgets without having to do an additional allocation.
Well, I think that would be fair because they want to go up and probably buy stuff, food or whatever up there, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're doing?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, $200 isn't a lot of money when you have a camp that you're trying to take care of.
And that's why I'm open. I don't know. I don't
supportive.
know.
I'm supportive of $1,200.
Okay. If the council's supportive, then I'll notify Cindy, if that's okay, to let you know where to take it out of, and we'll get that processed.
Does anybody disagree?
Give a report next.
Is everybody good with that?
Yeah, and it's good for you to come back. I'm glad you came back and give us an update and report on what, the activities and things, because it's important to us. That's why
That's right.
we, not just to pass the resolution, but to also to provide support for supplies and things, as we have. And so thank you, Morgan. Thank you all of y'all for your time and going up there. And I know it's not easy camping and making that long trek. So I appreciate it very much.
All right. Do we need formal action, or we're just doing it?
No.
No, okay.
You just
Well,
give me the latitude.
once again, we're giving Angela the right to go ahead and do this and process a check to you all for $1,200, and we'll put a speedy on it.
Yeah, we'll rush it.
We'll do a speedy on it and get it to you as soon as we can. And once again, thank you. Thank you for coming.
Yes.
And you missed our reports earlier, Morgan. That was one of the top subjects. We went out to that National Congress American Indians Conference, and that was one of the top subjects that they talked about now. At that conference with all the tribal leaders throughout the country is Standing Rock and the water protectors. So it was a big discussion out there.
All right. Well, we can entertain a motion to.
So
Oh, I'm sorry, nephew.
Trying to mess around with some live stream software, so we've actually been live streaming this meeting here, but we've just been live streaming it back to this laptop here, just to kind of have like a little dry run to see how things run and stuff. So I just want to say that all y'all look real nice and good today. On the big screen here, but we really have some things to tweak with our audio system and everything, but we really need to have y'all guys to really speak into the microphones, because that's how the audio feed is going through on the live systems. It's actually connected to this microphone system, so you can hear it really good, but we can't hear these people over here. When you ask them questions, you can't hear them through the
So we need to order a
feed
couple
there.
more mics.
So we're going to have a couple mics over there as well, because
One
when
specifically
you
for
ask
him.
them questions, can't really hear them through the live feed there. So that's the only really thing that I see with the audio, but everything else looks really good. All y'all look real nice on the screen there. So hopefully in the future we can get our live streaming equipment so we can really do it for real next time. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Pius.
Thank you, Pius. Everyone is really cheesing too. All right, we can entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Angela makes the motion.
Second.
And Adrian seconds. All those in favor say yes.
Say that's
Yes. Let's go eat. Thank you.